The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 9th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Don Bacon to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Joe Lee Smith, a beloved leader and friend in Brevard County who passed away recently at the age of 89. For 36 years, Dr. Smith faithfully served the people of Rockledge on the City Council, including chairman and as deputy mayor. Beyond City Hall, he was a lifelong educator, coach, assistant principal, dean, and later provost at Eastern Florida State College. And he literally shaped a generation. He was a true gentleman who lifted everyone around him. And on a personal note, when I started my career back in 1993, he was a mentor and friend and always had a kind word for others. He was truly that leader that we need desperately in America today. And so on this day, we recognize my good friend, Dr. Joe Lee Smith, for his amazing service to our country. Mr. Speaker, today I honor Colonel Casper Berger, a decorated veteran whose service to our nation spanned World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. A proud Jewish American, Colonel Berger earned the Legion of Merit for his extraordinary service to the United States Army. For years, his daughter, Dr. Susan Berger, worked tirelessly to have her parents' headstone at Arlington National Cemetery corrected. When she reached out to our office, we were proud to assist her family. Working with the Department of the Army, we ensured the replacement was made. Today, their headstone stands as it should, a lasting symbol of lifetime of service and devotion to their country. May we always remember Colonel Berger's service and his legacy. Mr. Speaker, today I honored the life and legacy of Ron DeMina, the founder of Ron John Surf Shop. Ron John is a landmark that has been a cultural centerport in Florida's surf culture and has welcomed generations of visitors since 1963. I have fond memories of bringing my own children there, just as many in our district and around the country know those famous signs along I-95. Through his hard work and determination, Ron built something lasting and became a symbol of Cocoa Beach itself. On behalf of the people of the Space Coast, we extend our deepest condolences to the family and his loved ones. He made a real legacy in our community, but more importantly, he created opportunities for others when no one else saw the vision. Thank you, and may Ron rest in peace. Today I rise to welcome the visit of a man who holds one of the most ancient and revered positions in Christendom. His Holiness Bartholomew, the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, the spiritual leader of the Eastern Orthodox Church. His visit stands as a powerful symbol of the enduring role faith plays in free society. It affirms the place of spiritual leadership in our world, and it reflects the ongoing need to uphold religious liberty as a cornerstone of our constitutional order. I'd like to warmly welcome him to the United States and thank him for a lifetime of service. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Ms. Pelosi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to express condolences and gratitude to the family of John Burton for sharing him and his leadership with the nation. I do so with my colleagues, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congressman Mike Thompson, Congresswoman Doris Matsui, and Congressman Mark DeSaulnier, and joining me, and so many others in joining me in expressing our appreciation to him. Let me tell you about him, Mr. Speaker. Working Families has lost one of the most outspoken and ferocious and unyielding champions our nation has ever seen. John Burton was a towering progressive warrior who for half a century never pulled a punch in his dogged fight for a fairer future for our children. Paul and I are heartbroken to hear of his passing, as he was my longtime mentor, close confidant, and dear friend. All who knew John knew that behind his sometimes profanity-laden language was a profound, progressive voice for how to make real the promise of America. As I wrote in the foreword in his memoir, his book was called I Yell Because I Care. John yelled a lot because he cared a lot, especially about our most vulnerable neighbors. He dreamed of a city without homelessness or hunger, a society dedicated to full equality, no matter who you are, who you love, an economy where every working family could succeed, a world at peace where every child could reach his or her fulfillment. Guided by a big heart and aided by a brilliant strategic mind, John was boundlessly effective in every arena in which he served, whether in the United States Army, as a patriotic American, bringing the concerns of Californians to Congress when he did, as a member of the State Assembly in California and the State Senate as the President pro tem of the Senate, the Democratic leader of the Senate, or twice serving as the chair of the California Democratic Party. He cultivated his friendships in politics, the music, in the community, and sports, nurturing deep decades of long relationships and always engaging new people. Personally, I will always be grateful to John for managing my very first campaign for Congress in 1987 to fill the seat that belonged first to his brother Philip and then to his sister-in-law Sala. Someone just sent me this thing. When we were in the Speaker's private office right before I was sworn in, John had felt overwhelmed and just left. Speaker Wright wouldn't start the ceremony without him, because whether it was for Congress or the Assembly or the State Senate, the people who served with John knew the power of his legacy even more than he sometimes realized. When I told first that when I got to Congress, I told them Sala sent me, and I came here to fight against HIV and AIDS. Yes, Sala did send me, but it was John who helped me get here. My campaign promise was a voice that will be heard. You can just imagine how he savored that when I became Speaker of the House. But enough about me. Back to John. For more than 3 decades in the Congress, I was blessed to have John as a source of wise counsel, sound judgment, and brash humor. And he always served as a constant reinvigoration of my inspiration to carry on the fight for the people. It is fitting that the legacy of this legendary liberal lion will live on in our state in so many ways, from the work of his foundation to end child homelessness, especially among homeless foster children, to a strengthened California Democratic Party fighting for our values, to a new highway that was named for him to ensure future generations will know his name. May be a comfort to John's beloved daughter, Kimmy as we call her, grandchildren, Juanito and Mikala, and all of his loved ones that in our state, and indeed the entire nation, join his family, in mourning him during this sad time. We all want John to rest in peace. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed with an amendment, H.R. 452, an act to award 3 congressional gold medals to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team in recognition of their extraordinary achievement at the 1980 Winter Olympics, where, being comprised of amateur collegiate players, they defeated the dominant Soviet hockey team in the historic Miracle on Ice. revitalizing American morale at the height of the Cold War, inspiring generations, and transforming the sport of hockey in the United States, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week, thousands of Kansans across our state will travel to the Big First District to partake in the annual tradition of the Kansas State Fair. I had the privilege to travel to Hutchinson this weekend for the fair. My wife and kids, Audrey and the kids, will be there tomorrow, and there's truly nothing like it. Typically, Congress is not in session during the first week of the fair, and I'm able to spend a few more days there with my fellow Kansans. While I'm saddened I couldn't stay longer this year, I want to take a moment on the House floor to recognize the significance of this tradition and the people who make it possible. The Kansas State Fair is one of the crown jewels of our state. For more than a century, families have made the trip to Hutchinson every September to celebrate agriculture, spend time together, and showcase the very best of our state. It is a place where urban and rural Kansans alike come together, where grandparents bring their grandchildren to see livestock shows, enjoy funnel cakes and candy apples, ride the Ferris wheel, and come together to honor agriculture as the backbone of our economy and our culture. The State Fair is truly a reflection of who we are as Kansans. In Kansas, agriculture is more than occupation, it is a calling that is the heartbeat of the Big First District. The fair celebrates that and honors the men and women who devote their lives to feeding, fueling, and clothing the world. From livestock shows to crop displays, the fair is a reminder of the faith, work ethic, and service of our communities. It is also a place where we invest in the next generation by highlighting the accomplishments of FFA and 4-H students who carry our agriculture tradition forward and emerge as future leaders of agriculture in our great state. On Saturday, I had the privilege of announcing the annual legislative showmanship competition alongside Mary McCurry, the chairwoman of the Kansas Fairgrounds Foundation Board. This event is unlike anything else in the country. It gives lawmakers the opportunity to learn directly from Kansas FFA and 4-H students about how to show livestock and, more importantly, about the commitment and dedication it takes to care for those animals. These young people are the future leaders of agriculture, and I was inspired by their passion and knowledge. I would also like to acknowledge Mary Kane with Kansas FFA and Ann Sankey with the Kansas State Fair Foundation Board for putting on a great event again this year. Congratulations again for this year's winners, and thank you for everyone who made the event possible. I also had the opportunity to hear from our state's farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers, and our industry leaders on Saturday morning. We reflected on how Congress delivered big wins for Kansas agriculture this summer through the Working Families Tax Cuts, and we have more work to do. Kansas farmers and ranchers still need a fiscally conservative 5-year farm bill that addresses the needs of today, not just those of 2018. My House Agriculture Committee colleagues and I are working hard to deliver Farm Bill 2.0 to further support the men and women who show up every single day with the determination to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. Mr. Speaker, the Kansas State Fair is about more than rides, exhibits, and shows. It's about honoring the Kansas families and traditions that make agriculture strong and investing in the next generation who will maintain leadership tomorrow. Kansans are proud of this tradition, and I'm proud to represent Hutchinson in the Big First District, home of the Kansas State Fair, here in the House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Trivets family from Hockessin, Delaware. Recently, Evan Trivets wrote to me about his wife, Angela, who last September was diagnosed with ALS. The slow and progressive impact of ALS, paired with our devastating lack of clarity about its causes, is a metaphorical perfect storm of grief. The Trivets family dreams of a future where ALS is no longer a death sentence, and I share that dream and echo their resolve. Evan and Angela are a shining light in our community and are emblematic of the values that Delaware is built on. They're harnessing the power of hope to build a collective passion that can do the important work needed to save lives. Through strength, resilience, and raising awareness, Evan and Angela are demanding better from all of us and turning their uncertainty into action. The act of caregiving is often shaped by moments of fear, frustration, and heartbreak. But more than anything else, it's shaped by purpose and devotion and grace. In part because of Evan and Angela, I'm proud to join my colleagues on the ALS caucus because families deserve urgency, attention, investment, and real solutions. To the Trivets family, thank you for your courage and determination and for reminding us of the need to advance meaningful, life-saving solutions. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor two extraordinary public servants, Lieutenant David Moyer of the Millsboro Police Department, and Trooper Brian Nieto of the Delaware State Police, who were recently awarded the Medal of Valor, the highest honor their departments can bestow. On June 22nd, Lieutenant Moyer responded to a dangerous pursuit that ended in Lewis, Delaware, where he came under direct fire from a suspect wielding an AR-15. Under threat, Lieutenant Moyer held the line and even helped evacuate a wounded resident to safety. At the same time, Trooper Nieto made a split-second decision. Knowing an officer was pinned down, he maneuvered into harm's way, drawing the suspect's attention and likely saving Lieutenant Moyer's life. These are not routine acts of bravery. They are rare, decisive moments that speak to the highest ideals of law enforcement. Their courage, humility, and service remind us what public safety truly means. To Lieutenant Moyer and Trooper Nieto, thank you for your valor, your leadership, and your sacrifice to our state of neighbors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the 75th anniversary of Sayers Jewelers in Smyrna, Delaware in August. Sayers is a small, multi-generational business that has been operating in the town of Smyrna since 1950. Sayers has been supporting their neighbors throughout Kent County year in and year out, consistently standing alongside their community and demonstrating that successful small businesses are the bedrock of our small towns. Sayers is one of many examples in Delaware and beyond that reminds us how essential it is that we support small businesses, innovation, entrepreneurs, and the folks in our communities who employ our neighbors and drive success and investment in their community. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and Delaware is a state of small businesses. To Sayers Jewelers, congratulations on your continued success, and thank you for continuing to pour into Smyrna, Kent County, and the greater Central Delaware region, one family heirloom at a time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Robbie Stevens on becoming the new fire chief of the Lewis Fire Department. Chief Stevens brings nearly 2 decades of experience to his role, having served as a lieutenant, captain, training officer, assistant chief, and deputy chief. He's also a firefighter with Wilmington Squad 4, where he's known for his skill, humility, and deep dedication to public safety. This is more than a title. It's a vote of confidence from a department and a community that knows leadership when they see it. Chief Stevens' service reflects the very best of Delaware, commitment to neighbors, courage under pressure, and a heart for giving back. I congratulate Chief Stevens and thank him for stepping up once again, this time to lead. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to raise awareness of World Suicide Prevention Day on September 10th. Suicide remains a critical issue affecting individuals and communities worldwide. 2025's World Suicide Prevention Day is focusing on changing the narrative on suicide by shifting from a culture of silence and stigma to one of encouraging open and honest conversations to help provide support to prevent suicide. The suicide rate among veterans, especially those aged 18 to 34, remains stubbornly high. As a veteran myself, I have championed the No Wrong Door for Veterans Act and several other bills to help strengthen suicide prevention for veterans. I've also reintroduced the Corrections Officer Blake Schwartz Suicide Prevention Act, legislation aimed at providing critical mental health support for corrections officers around the country. I'll continue to advocate for policies that break the stigma and suicide and advocate for brain health awareness and suicide prevention. As a young college student, I actually was one of the people on a suicide hotline, so I know how tenuous this is and that people need support and help. This day reminds us that every life has value and every person deserves support. Let us work together to remind those that are struggling that they are not alone and that help is always within reach. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Laverne Vern Harvey. Vern passed away on August 8th at age 81 with his family by his side. Vern was born and raised in Iowa and attended the University of Iowa, where he got a bachelor's degree in economics. In 1996, he married his wife, Christine Bullington, and entered the United States Army. Vern served as a helicopter pilot in Vietnam and received many accolades for his service and was later discharged as a captain in 1970. For over 50 years, Vern called Bettendorf home. Vern managed 2 businesses, Harvey Homes and Kirkwood Investors Realty, where he contributed greatly to the community by building affordable homes. Vern went on to serve 3 terms as an Iowa House Representative for District 79. As a fellow veteran, I understand Vern's services, sacrifices, and commitment to our nation. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife, Christine, his children, Mitchell and Megan, and the rest of his family. Vern was unwaveringly kind, a wonderful husband, father, and grandfather who committed to a betterment of Iowa, Bettendorf, and our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, who is the spiritual leader and the primus inter pares, first among equals, of Greek Orthodox Christianity worldwide, a church of over 300 million people. His All Holiness is visiting the United States to receive the Templeton Prize, the world's most prestigious award in religion and science. Congratulations on this amazing achievement, and I know people in Iowa are extending that congratulations and welcome to the United States. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the outstanding athletes of the Clarendon Hills Little League team, who recently finished an incredible season. This remarkable group made local history by advancing all the way to the 2025 Little League World Series, a testament to their dedication, discipline, and work ethic. Like so many baseball fans across the country, I was inspired by their determination and spirit. They've certainly captured our hearts. And while they may have fallen short of the ultimate prize, their accomplishments are something to be celebrated. Congratulations to the Clarendon Hills Little League team. You've made on your community, and all of us are incredibly proud. And we can't wait to see what you'll achieve next season. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent, Michael Nolan, who dedicated 48 years of his life to serve our country at the Social Security Administration. He is a great example of dedication and service to his fellow Americans. Mike Nolan wanted to be a Catholic priest, but left the seminary system in 1975. When he heard of an agency that would help the aged and the disabled, he felt the need to apply to work for the Social Security Administration. He ensured the Social Security Act worked for people and took his calling seriously by serving and advocating for the rights of beneficiaries. We are grateful to Michael Nolan's contributions to the Social Security Administration, including the modernization of the systems, disability policy, and unhoused population advocacy. Thank you for your service to our country and best wishes on your well-earned retirement. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Sergeant Mike Ledoux on his retirement after spending over 30 years with the Minnesota State Patrol. During his many years of service, Sergeant Ledoux has conducted over 40,000 traffic stops, made 1,000 DUI arrests, and has not missed a day of work since 1998. For Sergeant Ledoux, joining law enforcement was truly a calling. He comes from a long line of law enforcement dating back to his great-grandfather, and he has proudly carried on this family tradition. He also served as president of the Minnesota Patrol Troopers Association. In his capacity as president, I worked with him at the state legislature, and he has become a good friend. Congratulations once again to Mike on over 30 years of service to the state of Minnesota. And I thank you to his wife, Melissa, for her help and support to Mike and putting up with a dining room table buried in papers. Congratulations to both of them on a well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. McBath, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend two City of South Fulton police officers, Sergeant Maisha Cooper and Officer Robert Johnson. On Saturday, August 16th, Sergeant Cooper and Officer Johnson were called to the scene of an accident where they swiftly rescued a mother and her two children from an overturned vehicle. As I continued to reflect on an invigorating August work period, it's a privilege to come back to Washington to uplift and to amplify the everyday stories of exceptional bravery and quiet heroism that can be found all across my district. These two police officers represent the very best of law enforcement, and I am honored to recognize their service to my community back home. On behalf of my office, the 6th Congressional District of Georgia, and the United States House of Representatives, thank you, Sergeant Cooper and Officer Johnson. Mr. Speaker, our public health system is on life support, while Secretary Kennedy pulls the plug on life-saving programs. Just 9 months in, he fired his own CDC director and has forced out disease experts who protected us through a pandemic and disease outbreaks. He has perpetuated distrust in vaccines, while we see the highest number of measles cases in more than 3 decades. He has decimated gun violence prevention research, while 10,000 people have been killed by gun violence, and that's just so far this year, including Georgia officer David Rose, who was shot and killed while defending CDC employees from a gunman who was provoked by anti-vaccine rhetoric. And while CDC staff reel from the violence that they have witnessed, they face threats to the work that they do that keeps us safe and healthy. Our public servants who have dedicated their lives to the health of others deserve better. The American people deserve better. And I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the extraordinary success of Operation Rolling Thunder, a multi-agency task force led by the U.S. Marshals Service in partnership with local, state, and federal law enforcement. Just one coordinated effort, 55 violent fugitives were taken off the streets of Spokane County in the city of Spokane Valley. These individuals were wanted for crimes including homicide, kidnapping, sexual abuse, assault, domestic violence, and much more. Thanks to this operation, our communities are safer, immediately and measurably so. Operation Rolling Thunder carried added significance as the first ever Homeland Security Task Force operation conducted in the Eastern District of Washington. By uniting federal, state, and local resources, law enforcement was able to focus on our region's most violent and repeat offenders, strengthening public safety, national security, and ability to respond to emerging threats. This kind of success doesn't happen by accident. It takes planning, trust, exceptional teamwork. I want to commend the U.S. Marshals, Spokane County Sheriff Office, Spokane Valley Police, Washington State Patrol, the FBI, ATF, Homeland Security, Department of Corrections, the U.S. Attorney's Office, Spokane County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and many other local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies that stood shoulder to shoulder in this effort. And I'd like to give a special shout out to two leaders of this operation, Sheriff Sergeant Patrick Bloomer and Acting Supervisory Deputy U.S. Marshal Carson Taylor. Their leadership helped make this possible. Mr. Speaker, this is what public safety in action looks like. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the honor of the life of Roger Reed, a man whose legacy is defined not only by his distinguished legal career, but his deep love of family, history, faith, and Cougar football. Born in Portland in 1939 and raised in Wenatchee and Spokane, Roger was a lifelong learner with a passion for the law. After graduating from Wash State University and earning his law degree from the University of Washington, he served as deputy Spokane prosecutor and later as chief of the Eastern Washington Attorney General's office before co-founding the respected law firm Reed and Giesa. But Roger was so much more than his resume. He was a history buff with a personal library focused on the Civil War. He was a faithful member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He loved Elvis, Jackie Robinson, rhubarb, and reading the newspaper. Roger Reed was a great man and a good friend, and we honor his legacy. Mr. Speaker, as a father of 5, with my youngest daughter attending her very first cross-country practice today, I rise to commend the remarkable work of Active for Youth, a community-supported nonprofit that is transforming lives in Spokane. Mr. Speaker, we have too many fat kids in America, and we need to get more of them out running cross-country. Founded 25 years ago by local teacher Heidi Bretson and her husband Mike, Active for Youth brings free cross-country programs to as many as 6,000 elementary students each fall. In a city where many families face economic hardship, this may be the only chance some children have to wear a uniform, be part of a team, and to feel that sense of belonging. This is not a school-funded program. It exists because individuals in our communities step up, and it is working. Research from Wash State University shows Active for Youth participants have better attendance and significantly higher achievement in both math and language. This is more than just running. It is physical activity, academic support, community connection, and character development all in one. Mr. Speaker, as we begin a new school year, let us recognize the power of programs like Active for Youth to change lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Ms. Rivas, for 5 minutes.
Happy birthday to the greatest state in the Union. 175 years ago, California was admitted as the 31st state in the Union. For 175 years, California was built by people from across the globe who came in search of a better life. This includes my mother, who immigrated to the San Fernando Valley in the 1960s and worked multiple jobs so that my sister and I can live out the American dream. Stories like mine are what make California great, and it is what has made California special for the past 175 years. Generations of immigrants, workers, dreamers, and innovators have propelled California forward and made it a beacon for the rest of the nation. But those advancements did not come without challenges, and communities across our state are currently threatened their livelihoods that directly challenge our state's values. Because of the Trump administration, many in my district and across the state live under fear that ICE will tear their family apart. In just 9 months, Trump has manufactured a crisis that harms our most vulnerable, including students starting a new school year, senior citizens, young children, and disabled individuals. He is detaining hardworking individuals who are in this country legally and providing for their families so they too can have a chance at their American dream. I know California, and Californians are tough and resilient. Last month, I met with Mariela from Panorama City. Mariela stepped up to support her family and neighbors because street vendors like her mom are terrified that she may be swept up by ICE and separated from her family. Mariela's resiliency and advocacy for others in the face of Donald Trump's harmful anti-immigrant agenda embodies the spirit of California and what it means to be a Californian. I'm a proud Californian from the San Fernando Valley, raised by an immigrant mother, lifted by my community, and inspired every day by the people of this state. For 175 years, immigrants, workers, dreamers, and innovators made California a leader in the country. As we celebrate California's 175th birthday, let's recommit ourselves to protecting our most vulnerable and protecting a future where every family has what they need to thrive. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Bruce E. McKee, a constituent from Morgan County who served our country as a member of the United States Air Force from 1979 to 1986, including serving in the overseas in Korea. Bruce McKee has demonstrated outstanding service to supporting veterans in our Morgan County communities. Bruce founded the Indiana Spirit of 45, focused on remembering veterans of the greatest generation. In December of 2012, McKee and the Indiana Spirit of 45 started Taps on the Square to honor fallen veterans, law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Taps on the Square continues rain or shine in downtown Martinsville, and McKee also works with the Battle Buddies group to support veterans struggling with re-entering civilian life or PTSD. As a veteran myself, I am grateful for the work Bruce is doing to support fellow veterans and service members in our district. I yield back.
I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 24 years ago, the United States was attacked on its own soil in a coordinated terrorist attack by a group that opposed democracy and everything that this country stands for. On that day, nearly 3,000 Americans were killed in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, in the deadliest terrorist attack ever committed on American soil. Living in Lower Manhattan at the time, less than a mile from the World Trade Center, I remember that day as if it were yesterday. It was a perfect September morning, not unlike today. Not a cloud in the sky, and the air was warm but crisp. I remember hearing with my own ears the explosion of the second plane slamming into the South Tower, which soon collapsed, then followed by the North Tower. I remember the sirens blaring as brave first responders ran towards Ground Zero to save whomever they could. I remember the sirens blaring, I remember watching thousands of people walking up the street, covered in soot and ash, in total silence. I remember the ambulances lined up along the West Side Highway, hoping to be called upon, but ultimately just sitting there in line for days. I remember the rancid smell in the air, which lasted for weeks. As anyone who lived in New York City on September 11, 2001 can tell you, those images, those sounds, those smells, that feeling never leaves you. For months, brave patriots worked 24 hours a day to search for bodies and clean up the massive pile of debris. The government told them that the air was safe to breathe, but it was not. That toxic air settled in the lungs and the bodies of firefighters, police officers, construction workers, and ordinary New Yorkers who lived nearby and stayed to rebuild our city. Those toxins in the air have resulted in health problems for tens of thousands of Americans. Today, more people have died from 9/11 related illnesses than were killed on that one awful day. Survivors and first responders continue to receive diagnoses of cancer, respiratory diseases, and autoimmune disorders that were caused by their exposure to the air at Ground Zero. It seems almost silly to say, but the very least that this country can do for those people who suffer today from health problems that they got from rebuilding New York City after such a devastating terrorist attack would be to make sure that their health care, at a minimum, is paid for. How can we say never forget if we ignore the health problems of the very survivors and first responders who sacrificed so much on that terrible day and the days and weeks that followed? More than a decade ago, Congress took action to make good on that promise, that patriotic obligation, by creating the World Trade Center Health Program. But today, that promise is in jeopardy. The number of first responders and survivors diagnosed with 9/11 linked cancers has ballooned to nearly 50,000 people as of this year, a new record. And when the law was passed and funded, nobody expected nearly as many survivors to encounter serious health problems from their exposure to toxins in Lower Manhattan. Rather than create a formula that automatically funds the program commensurate with the costs endured by those suffering from 9/11 related illnesses, Congress has instead just continued to fund the program for a year or a couple at a time, creating uncertainty and fear for many who depend on that program for their life-serving treatment. Every year, we must push for additional funding, supported by advocates who come to the Capitol to ensure that Congress never forgets and does right by these Americans suffering from serious health problems. It should not be this way. As I stand here today, my bill that would permanently and fully fund the World Trade Center health program is awaiting a vote on the floor. It is bipartisan, as it should be, because those terrorists did not differentiate between Democrats and Republicans that day. And those New Yorkers who ran to save their neighbors and who rebuilt our city did not do it because they were Democrats or Republicans. They sacrificed because they were and are
Gentleman's time's
Americans.
expired.
And this body must pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, William Shakespeare asked, "What's in a name? A rose by any other name would smell just as sweet." He may have been speaking about the flower, but Mr. Speaker, he could very easily have been talking about the one big, beautiful bill, because no matter what you call it, its impact is just as sweet. I spent the last several weeks visiting factories and businesses of all sizes in Northeast Florida, visiting with constituents and taxpayers about what they thought about the one big, beautiful bill. And it made me ask, what should we call it? Some say it should be called the Peace Through Strength Bill because it modernizes the America's military and ensures our nation stands tall in the face of global uncertainty. Others call it the Border Bill because it finishes the wall and strengthens enforcement and invests in the infrastructure needed to restore order and integrity to our immigration system. Some say it should be called the Strengthening Medicaid Bill because it protects Medicaid for those who really need it most: pregnant women, children, seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income families, by eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't deny a crowd favorite is calling it the Working Families Tax Cut Bill because it delivers the largest tax cut in American history. It puts money back in the pockets of people who need it most, people who rely on tips, overtime, and people living on Social Security. It lifts burdens off the backs of working parents, retirees, and disabled veterans. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, whatever name you choose, this bill will and is launching the golden age of America because, as Shakespeare reminded us, it's not the name that defines the value. It's the action the bill takes. And this bill, by any name, is just as sweet. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
And extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Colonel Dominic V. Dean on his retirement from the United States Army Reserve. Colonel Dean immigrated to the United States as a Vietnamese refugee in April 1975 and joined the Army Reserve in 1990 while a resident of Costa Mesa, California, in my district. A member of the University of Southern California's ROTC program, Colonel Dean was commissioned as an officer in December 1995 and graduated from the Armor Basic Officer Leader course in September 1996. Colonel Dean served our country honorably for 35 years, culminating in his service as commander of the 455th Chemical Brigade in Sloan, Nevada. Colonel Dean's leadership positively impacted the lives of countless service members. I'm certain that his dedication and achievement will have a lasting impact on the Army's ability to fight and win our nation's wars. Upon retirement, Colonel Dean is recognized for his distinguished service and exemplary performance of duty, reflecting the highest tradition of the United States of America. Colonel Dean is married to Ashley Ann Dean, and they have two daughters, Quintessa and Montalina. In his civilian career, Colonel Dean continues to serve honorably, keeping our communities safe as an Orange County Deputy Sheriff, where he served for 27 years. I appreciate his commitment to service not only for Orange County, but for his country. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my deep concerns about the ICE raid that occurred last Friday on a Korean factory in Georgia. Now, we have an uncertainty as to the facts involved here. ICE has claimed that there were a number of undocumented immigrants here. President Trump has claimed that the people that were apprehended and detained all came into this country illegally. At the same time, the Korean government has maintained that of the 300-some-odd Korean nationals that were arrested and detained, all of them were here on valid visas. So we have to get to the bottom of this. Somebody is not telling the truth. And unfortunately, during the last 9 months, ICE has developed a reputation for lawlessness, for breaking the laws of this country, for recklessness, for showing shock and awe, for unnecessarily brutal and violent confrontations, and for lying about it. Under the so-called leadership of current ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons and Border Czar Tom Homan. In fact, I will tell you that when I visited my ICE facilities in Santa Ana a few weeks back, I was repeatedly lied to, including having ICE government relations people tell me that there had been 0 warrantless raids in Orange County by ICE, DHS, or CBP, and that 0 complaints had been filed or litigation filed against ICE in Orange County, things that were demonstrably untrue. At this point, I think it's necessary to demand an investigation, that we have transparency and oversight. Unfortunately, I don't think we can take ICE's word for what happened. This is an international incident. It threatens hundreds of billions of dollars in investment in this country. We need to get to the bottom of this. We need answers. We need accountability. We need oversight. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a true American hero, John Eakin of Catawba, Virginia, who will celebrate his 101st birthday on October 2nd. At the age of 19, John was drafted into the U.S. Army and served with the 34th Infantry Division, 168th Regiment, Company C. As a rifleman, he fought in some of the fiercest campaigns in Italy, including the final victory of the 34th Division. His valor earned him the Bronze Star Medal, and he received commendations from President Truman and General Omar Bradley. John's story is one of both sacrifice and survival. He endured dangerous scouting patrols, near encounters with snipers, and even narrowly avoided sinking at sea. After the war, he returned home with the rank of Staff Sergeant, where he farmed, built homes, and contributed to his community near Roanoke, Virginia. At 101 years young, he remains active in church and family life, and an enduring example of faith, resilience, and service. On behalf of Virginia's 6th District and a grateful nation, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating John Eakin on his 101st birthday and in honoring his extraordinary life. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Marion Gray Knoll of Botetourt County, Virginia, who will celebrate his 100th birthday on October 12th. His life reflects the very best of our nation: service, sacrifice, and commitment to family and community. Born near Eagle Rock in 1925, Mr. Knoll enlisted in the United States Navy at the height of World War II. As a crew member of LST-779, he took part in the battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa. His ship delivered desperately needed artillery to Green Beach and provided the flag raised atop Mount Suribachi in Joe Rosenthal's iconic photograph, a moment forever etched in our nation's history. After the war, Mr. Knoll returned home, served 35 years with the U.S. Postal Service, and devoted his life to faith, family, and community service. A husband to his late wife, Beveline, For 73 years, he is the proud father of Donnie and Troy and a beloved grandfather and great-grandfather. Mr. Speaker, we celebrate Mr. Knowles' century of life and service, and we thank him for his enduring example of courage, patriotism, and devotion to country. Mr. Speaker, this year we honor the 100th anniversary of Shrine Mont, a place of sacred refuge nestled in the Shenandoah Valley and owned by the Episcopal Diocese of Virginia. On August 6, 1925, Bishop William Cabell Brown consecrated the cathedral shrine of the Transfiguration, built from stones hauled from the mountains by faithful hands. That open-air shrine became the heart of what is now a beloved retreat and conference center. Shrine Mont's legacy endures thanks to generations of stewards, including the Woodward and Gibson families, whose vision and endowment ensured its growth. Today, Executive Director Kevin Mumaw, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather, leads the center with Program Director Mary Mumaw and Development Director Kirk Gibson. Together with a dedicated board, they uphold Shrine Mont's mission of hospitality, community, and faith while preserving its cultural heritage through the restored Orkney Springs Hotel, its art collection, and the Shenandoah Valley Music Festival. As Shrine Mont celebrates 100 years, I salute this holy place and all who have made it a sanctuary of spirit and culture for generations past and those still to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions of Pastor Stuart McWilliams and numerous churches in the Pikes Peak region in organizing and participating in the citywide prayer across Colorado Springs as part of the National Day of Prayer events earlier this year. During these events, one moment stood out when Pastor McWilliams of Fellowship of the Rockies Church offered a model of the Olympic torch to be passed from week to week and church to church as a picture of the growing unity in prayer in our community. For Colorado Springs, which is known as Olympic City, USA, this was a vivid and meaningful picture for the community and an homage to the powerful impact of prayer. I also want to recognize and appreciate the united prayers of groups like Boulder Street Church, Springs Community Church, the Navigators, Victory Life Church, New Life Midtown, Iglesia Nueva Vida, Radiant Church, Heart of the Springs Church, Story Church, Youth with a Mission, and Decision Point, who participated in the National Day of Prayer events in Colorado Springs. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Colorado Springs Catholic Diocese and the Sanctity of Life Apostolate led by Mrs. Julie Bailey as they celebrate the National Day of Remembrance for Aborted Children at St. Mary's Cathedral in downtown Colorado Springs. The National Day of Remembrance for Aborted Children is focused on helping to humanize our aborted brothers and sisters and deepening the commitment to ending the injustice of abortion and providing healing to those who have experienced an abortion. I honor the Colorado Springs Diocese and other faith-based organizations in the Pikes Peak region, such as 40 Days for Life, Students for Life, the Bishop's Respect Life Dinner, Rachel's Challenge, Mater Filius, Sidewalk Advocates for Life, the Knights of Columbus, and many other ministries to mothers, fathers, children, and those that are recovering from loss. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the 40th anniversary of Springs Community Church, located strategically on the major thoroughfare of Woodman Road in Colorado Springs and symbolically placed on the top of a hill in our community. Springs Community Church has been a light on a hill in the Pikes Peak region since their founding. Their ministry to children and families through the largest church-run preschool in our community, combined with their emphasis upon discipleship and depth of a believer's walk with the Lord, and their heart for international missions has shined like a light throughout the community. And I congratulate and celebrate this anniversary and thank Springs Community Church for their 40 years of shining God's light in the 5th Congressional District. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the efforts of 10 days of prayer, a united group of Christian churches in Colorado Springs are joining the international and ecumenical emphasis of prayer between the Jewish holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. These significant spiritual days are being recognized by daily prayers in a variety of churches and ministries in Colorado Springs. I want to thank the Road Church, Gateway Prayer Garden, World Prayer Center, Awakening Church, Iglesia Vinga Tureno, Living Hope Church, Cross Fellowship Church, Revival Springs International, Dream Centers, Academy Christian Church, Zeal Church, Cos I Love You, and Springs First Church of the Nazarene for joining in hosting these 10 days of prayer as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the life of Thomas John Wade of Jefferson City, Missouri, who peacefully passed away on the 3rd of September of this month. He was surrounded, fortunately, by his loving family. Thomas was born on August 9th, 1946, to John Edward and Dorothy Jeanette Wade. Thomas grew up in Jefferson City and attended Helios Catholic High School before graduating from Lincoln University. Following his education, he answered the call to serve his country in the United States Army, which he was then honorably discharged from. Thomas was united in marriage to Genevieve Louise Copeland, with whom he shared many decades until her passing in September of 2009. Later, he was blessed to find love again, marrying Maria Kluvac on January 21st, 2017. Throughout his life, Thomas was a devoted member of Immaculate Conception Catholic Church, living out his faith with dedication and, I think more importantly, humility. He also served his community through his work at the United States Post Office at the Columbia Airport. Thomas valued time above all else, spending it with family, and he found joy on the golf course. He was one of the first members of the Redfield Golf Course. We spent many days enjoying the game with his beloved wife. We have flown a flag in his honor over the United States Capitol. Now, I mentioned that Thomas was in the Army. Not only that, he served in Vietnam, and he served in combat in Vietnam, and he served in combat in Vietnam in military intelligence, which essentially put him on the front lines of the front lines. And as many combat heroes do, he didn't talk about it much. I also mentioned that he was a man of faith. He's a man of deep faith. He lived that I am third philosophy, which is God is first, friends and family are second, and I am third. That is who Thomas Wade was. He had no interest in travel outside the United States because he loved his country that much. He felt there wasn't any need to leave for even a day. And he loved his family hard. And he also loved three things. He loved golf, the Missouri Tigers, and to prove that he was a man of high intelligence, he loved the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. And Thomas fought cancer hard, and he fought it so hard because he loved this gift, this precious gift we have of life. And he also loved his wife Maria with all his heart and his wonderful son John. And during his fight, he never let his humor leave him. And it's a divine, it's really a song of the divine. Humor gets us through. And so often, the most important job any of us have, quite frankly, is that of being a parent. Because our children are ultimately a reflection of us. And Thomas's son, John Wade, is someone I have gotten to know. He's the CEO of the AES Restaurant Group. They employ thousands of Americans. You may know them by their more popular name is Arby's. And John followed in his father's footsteps. John is selfless, and he's kind, and he's hardworking, and he's funny, and he's gregarious and generous, and he's a man of accomplishment. And AES Foundation that he founded, him and his wife Mallory are dedicated to it. They have raised over $1 million for charities in their community, because that's who they are, servant leaders. They put country and community before themselves, and they have accomplished so much. Thomas Wade was the best of us. He was a good man, he was a good father, he was a good husband, he was a good friend, a good mentor, and a good American. And in his very goodness, that is what made him great. The best compliment you can pay anyone is the world was a better place because you were in it. Well, the light of America dimmed a bit on the 3rd of September. Because John Wade went to a better place. And Thomas, the world was a better place because you were in it. And may God hold you gently in the palm of his hand. Rest easy, patriot. Rest easy. For Thomas Wade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of my proposed amendments to H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery and National Defense Authorization Act of fiscal year 2026. Ohio's 13th Congressional District has long been known as the rubber capital of the world. And my first amendment upholds that legacy by investing in American manufacturing to ensure that this vital industry remains globally competitive. Taking from the Retreaded Tires Jobs, Supply Chain Security and Sustainability Act of 2025, this amendment would ensure that the U.S. government uses retreaded tires whenever possible rather than using cheap foreign tires. And this amendment would support more than just my neighbors in Ohio, in Ohio's 13th district, as retreaded tires make up the largest remanufacturing sector in the United States, employing over 51,000 American workers. This common sense amendment is good for both the economy, the environment, and the United States government while protecting more good-paying manufacturing jobs right here in the United States of America. I'm proud that my district is also home to the most famous airship in the entire world, and that's the Goodyear blimp. This amendment, which is based on the Airship Improvement Research for Safety and Humanitarian Innovation Projects Act, or the Airships Act, would support the research into additional civilian cases for airships, often referred to as blimps, that can contribute to national defense, provide economic, sustainable, and clean air cargo transportation, support disaster response efforts, and provide humanitarian aid to people in areas in need. Especially in the face of challenges such as global pandemics and national disasters, airships are uniquely capable of accessing remote locations or damaged landscapes and delivering resources and services where traditional aircraft often cannot. This amendment could enable and reintroduce the world to practical, economical, and environmentally airship transportation, in addition to the fact that we see them at our favorite football game, high in the sky. I ask for the inclusion of this amendment to continue to establish my community, Ohio's 13th district, as a global leader in airship technology. This amendment will encourage innovative uses of this method of transportation to address some of our nation's and world's most pressing needs. I'm also proud to represent the Akron Sustainable Polymers Tech Hub. The Tech Hub aims to advance critical polymer and advanced material innovations in defense, mobility, healthcare, and semiconductor industries. Polymers touch every industrial sector in our modern world. And people often ask, what is a polymer? And quite literally, it's almost anything that you touch. Ohio's 13th Congressional District has long been a trailblazer in polymer science and polymer engineering. Akron's polymer manufacturing ecosystem provides a local pipeline from education and training to the workforce. Among the world-class institutions included in the Akron Sustainable Polymers Tech Hub is the University of Akron, which is ranked #1 in polymer science and plastic engineering. Partners in the Tech Hub are also investing in industry-led workforce training programs in collaboration with universities and community colleges. Strong coordination with labor unions through the Tri-County Regional Labor Council within the region ensures the creation of good quality jobs for workers from all educational and socioeconomic backgrounds, all with the protections of organized labor. Last year, the Akron Sustainable Polymers Tech Hub was awarded approximately $51 million in federal funds, thanks to the historic CHIPS and Science Act. And I'm proud to have worked with our local, state, and federal stakeholders to bring these vital funds back to our district to create good-paying jobs and grow our local economy. This investment will ensure Northeast Ohio remains a global leader in polymer science and polymer engineering, reaffirming our district's legacy as the rubber capital of the world. From sustainable tires to cutting-edge polymers, the next generation of rubber and plastics production will proudly be made right here in the United States and, most importantly, Ohio's 13th Congressional District. I know that the Tech Hub in my community is performing groundbreaking research and development that can revolutionize industries across the country and across the world. And that is why I am introducing this amendment that urges the Department of Defense to collaborate with Tech Hubs to accelerate defense innovations and partnerships with academia and industry right in our backyards. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, these amendments will not only make sure our community is safe, our country is safe, but we're investing in American manufacturing with American workers. And for that reason, I hope that my colleagues can support the amendments that I'm offering to the NDAA and ensure that America is the best place to live, work, and grow. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose? Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about this young lady yesterday, Irina Zarutska. I think it bears repeating that she need not be forgotten in the heinous crime that was committed in Charlotte on a light rail system there. Irina Zarutska escaped from Ukraine as a refugee, a true refugee to the United States, and lost her life because of the inability for us to stop crime in our large cities in the USA. From a guy who'd been arrested 14 different times and turned loose. Remember her name, Irina Zarutska. Mr. Speaker, I speak often on this floor about California's water situation and how important it is, not just to California farmers, but to the country as a whole. The crops that we grow in my home state indeed are important to the nutrition and the economy of the whole country. So many of the crops that we grow, up to 90% and more of that crop is grown in California. You would have to import it from some other country if it wasn't grown there. And indeed, at a lower level of quality, lower level of availability, under less constraints of proper environmental and usage of chemicals and labor. Now, those regulations go way beyond a lot of times. It's the California Air Resources Board, but I digress. So what's the key to California crops? It's our water supply. And I speak often about how important it is to carefully guard our water supply, what's available in our state. And so this chart here, this graphic shows how much water is wasted each year. You know, we wouldn't have to take away from fish. You wouldn't have to take away from farmers. You wouldn't have to take away from cities and, you know, washing cars and swimming pools like they talk about in LA a lot. Nobody has to have less if we would just be a little bit smarter on how we allocate it and how we store it. We have opportunities in California to store more water. We can raise the Shasta Dam 18 feet and gain 630,000 more acre-feet of water. Down the same Sacramento River stream a little ways is an opportunity to build a place called Sites Reservoir, which would be 1.5 million acre-feet of supply. Now, one of the topics I'm working on with the Shasta is that we're working on an amendment to put the language into the next bill on what's called FIRO, which is called Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations. Basically, doing like what a lot of people do, looking at the weather forecast, looking at the long term and seeing what are the effects of the weather going to be on the storage of water at the dam. Now, the dam is required to have a certain amount of buffer zone in the winter months so that if an extreme amount of rain or melting snowpack happened, the reservoir would have room to absorb that water instead of just having it go straight down the river at an uncontrolled rate. That's what our flood control system is for. So if you have, this dam holds 4.5 million acre-feet full, they don't allow it to fill all the way up until they can start filling it on approximately April 1, when the conservation period is over with. So at that point, you have to rely on how much snow might be on the mountains, here up on Mount Shasta, for example, and the other areas in the watershed, to melt enough to bring the lake back up, let's say, that last 1 million acre-feet or so. But you don't always have the weather to do that after April 1. So a lot of times you run short. You don't fill the lake all the way up. So what we're talking about with the FIRO, the Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations, it means we'll look at the weather patterns. What do we expect is going to be happening in a period in February or March? If you can look offshore and see there's no storm fronts coming in for 3 weeks, which they can tell with a satellite. Obviously you can't predict the weather to the nth degree, but you can tell if there's going to be a big issue or a lack of issue, El Nino or La Nina. What's going to happen there? So if you see there's no weather coming in for a period of time, you can bump up that level of water the lake is holding in February, in March, to a little higher degree than what you would have if you're afraid that it's going to fill up and overflow. So that's why FIRO is very important. So the amendment we're working on will put some resources forward so they can plan for FIRO on Shasta Dam, which is the largest one in the state. Now, they've done FIRO on some smaller reservoirs around the state. Why wouldn't you do it to the biggest one first? Because that could have the most gain on water supply for the state. So let's get that done, and we can save 300,000 acre-feet easily just by looking at the weather. I yield back.
Yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until the hour of noon today. The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, Chaplain Kiblin.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, to you belongs all wisdom and insight. On this day, may we open ourselves to the truths creation itself professes. The array of animals on the earth, the birds in the sky, the seasons and their turning, the tides of the great oceans, all these proclaim your divine plan for this world. The rhythms of life and the perfection of their design testify to the depth of your knowledge and the breadth of your authority. To you belongs all strength and power. When you hold back the waters, there is drought. When you let them loose, they devastate the land. Such might is too great for us to comprehend, too awesome to grasp. Our own noble attempts and our best intentions fall short of your glory. But like the birds of the air and the fish of the sea, the creatures of the land, may we submit ourselves to your grand design for this day. For you have called us your beloved children. As such, may we rejoice in the knowledge that your everlasting arms uphold us in the living of each day. May we give testimony to our desire to serve you, Almighty God, and that we would do so faithfully. It is in your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announced that to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary,
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Coudersport, Pennsylvania, as the 2025 Heritage Community of the Year through the Pennsylvania Route 6 Alliance. This award is presented each year to one designated heritage community that has embraced their heritage tourism work plan and has implemented worthwhile projects that show impact and results in their community. Coudersport will be officially recognized during a ceremony on Wednesday evening at the Wild Sunshine Factory in Kane. The Pennsylvania Route 6 Alliance will also present awards in the categories of Heritage Partnership, Heritage Tourism, Heritage Leadership, Lifetime Achievement, and the Artisan of the Year Award. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Coudersport on this recognition. Located in the heart of Potter County, Coudersport is often referred to as God's country. The scenic countryside and nearby Allegheny River create an outdoor paradise with recreational opportunities like fishing and hunting, camping, kayaking, hiking, skiing, snowmobiling, and more. Coudersport's historical downtown and charming shops make it a small-town community that has it all. Thank you to the PA Route 6 Alliance for its effort to preserve and promote our treasured communities like Coudersport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does a woman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Virgin Islands Puerto Rico friendship, which is celebrated throughout the month of October, but I just want to get everybody geared up for it now, in which we recognize the bond between our territories, united by history, culture, and shared values. For generations, our islands have been connected by more than just Caribbean waters. We share a history of oppression and colonialism, linguistic heritage, cultural traditions, and Caribbean resilience. Our families have deep ties, our businesses have collaborated, and we have supported each other through hurricanes and celebrations alike. From culinary traditions, music, literature, Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico continue to enrich each other's cultural landscape. Today, we recommit to strengthening these ties through the greater collaboration in education, economic development, and cultural exchange. And we will work together to fully include ourselves in the American experience. I yield back.
Back. For what purpose, the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Speaker. President Donald Trump is creating jobs, allowing families to keep more of the money they earn. Under President Trump, over 500,000 jobs have been created. Job-destroying regulations are being slashed and eliminating 10 regulations for every new regulation created, led by Administrator Lee Zeldin and with the appointment of Chairman David Wright to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The Trump-America trade policy has recruited $8 trillion in new manufacturing, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. The Trump tax cuts will benefit families by over $10,000 a year. President Trump and Republicans in the House and Senate are committed to cutting taxes, increasing wages, and increasing jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. We know that President Trump is standing firm for families, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump with mocking Trump, with increased mass murder of Ukrainian civilians while subverting Belarus, Georgia, and Moldova for a new USSR. South Carolina is grateful for the success of our shared community, Charlotte. Sadly, it is clear that Mayor Lyles should resign for shamelessly concealing the murder of Irina Zaritskaya. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, students at the University of Massachusetts Amherst recently joined together to address the terrible problem of food insecurity on their campus. After witnessing and some even experiencing difficulty affording nutritious food, these remarkable students worked with Chancellor Reyes and his team, the Amherst Survival Center, and the Food Bank of Western Massachusetts to establish the UMass Amherst Campus Pantry. Last Friday, I was proud to stand with them to officially open the pantry, which is a welcoming space that will provide anyone in the UMass community with a little extra help when they need it. The shelves are stocked with nutritious food, including food grown locally by the incredible farmers in Western Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker, times are tough, food costs are high, and people are struggling. No community and no college campus in our country are immune from food insecurity. I am so proud of the students at UMass Amherst and the administration for working toward a food-secure campus, and I encourage students across the country to work with their colleges and universities to address campus food insecurity and finally end hunger now. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Willie Adams, former president of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, who recently retired. For more than 40 years, Willie focused on supporting working families, workers' rights, and civil rights. Born in Kansas City, he first came to Tacoma, Washington as a longshore worker at the port in 1978 and worked his way up, including to Secretary-Treasurer of the Executive Board. And in 2018, he broke barriers as the first Black international president of the ILWU. He fought for increased wages and benefits for his longshore brothers and sisters, navigated the safety and supply challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the former mayor of Tacoma and now a member of Congress, I have witnessed Willie's leadership firsthand for working people everywhere. In Tacoma, he highlighted notable Black figures and entrepreneurs with celebrations of Black history, which led to his being a recipient of the City of Tacoma Destiny Award. I thank Willie for his contributions to the international labor movement, and I congratulate him on his well-earned retirement. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor George Harris, a giant in the Dallas community and someone who dedicated his entire life for fighting for the LGBTQ equality. Last month, George passed away at the age of 92, leaving behind a legacy of courage, service, and sacrifice. After serving in the Army and working at the CIA, he was discharged simply because he was gay. But he built a life of love alongside his partner of more than 50 years, Jack Evans. In 2015, George and Jack made history as the first same-sex couple legally married in Dallas County, a moment that inspired Americans from across the country. He helped create institutions that still serve our community, like the Resource Center, the LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce, the Dallas Way, one of our nation's largest LGBTQ archives. Preserving our history was one of George's last labors of love, ensuring future generations know the struggles and triumphs of those who came before him. Dallas and our nation is better because of George Harris, and on behalf of this entire House and our Dallas community, I want to extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, and neighbors. May we honor his legacy by continuing his fight for equality and dignity for all. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address a pressing issue that has affected countless families in our nation, an issue that hits close to home. It is the heartbreaking reality faced by those who lived at Camp Lejeune, where for decades service members and their families suffered exposure to toxic chemicals in their drinking water. From the 1950s to the mid-80s, the water at Camp Lejeune was contaminated with harmful substances. This we know. For many of the brave men and women who served our country, this was a home, a place where they were supposed to feel safe and protected. Instead, they served our nation while unknowingly putting their health and the health of their loved ones at risk. Families have suffered in silence for far too long, often for years. As they battle illnesses without understanding the root cause, many have died. It's time to raise our voices for these families, these veterans, these spouses, these children who've endured for far too long. Congress must act to assist those affected by the water contamination at Camp Lejeune. Morally, it's the right thing to do. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 682 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 43, House Resolution 682. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3838, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense of activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-8 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 3838 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C.
All points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 3838 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 3486, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to increase penalties for individuals who illegally enter and re-enter the United States after being removed and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 682, providing for consideration of 2 measures. H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026 under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, provides 1 motion to recommit, and made 298 amendments in order. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 3486, the Stop Illegal Entry Act of 2025, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to debate a rule on 2 pieces of legislation. First, H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith, one of the top priorities of the bipartisan fiscal year 26 National Defense Authorization Act was to reform the defense acquisition system and equip our armed services with the technology they need to deter national security threats. As anyone who follows this process knows, it can take more than a decade before new capabilities are finally deployed, yet by then the threat has changed, the technology is outdated, and the programs are over budget. This bill cuts red tape and shifts the focus of the defense acquisition system from compliance to quickly and cost-effectively fielding new capabilities to ensure that our armed forces are the most lethal and effective fighting force in the world. Implementing the Peace Through Strength agenda, the fiscal year 26 NDAA codifies over 45 executive orders and legislative proposals from President Trump. It fully funds top defense priorities, revitalizes the defense industrial base, and grows manufacturing jobs in America, all while pressing our NATO and other allies to pay more for their own defense. Building upon last year's NDAA, which focused on service member quality of life, this bill supports a 3.8% pay raise for all service members, improved housing in DoD schools, and expands access to health care and child care. To deter our adversaries, the fiscal year 26 NDAA focuses on countering the threat from China, bolstering Taiwan's defense, and supports Indo-Pacific allies and partners. Additionally, this bill continues to focus on countering threats to our national security from Russia, North Korea, Iran, and other foreign terrorist organizations. To counter emerging threats, the bill focuses on rapidly deploying new, innovative technologies to our warfighters while strengthening nuclear deterrence and missile defense. To further secure our border and fight drug trafficking, the fiscal year 26 NDAA fully funds the establishment and enforcement of national defense areas along the southwest border of the United States, authorizes DoD to provide additional support to Customs and Border Protection, and authorizes President Trump's budget request of nearly $1 billion to combat drug traffickers. Finally, the fiscal year 26 NDAA reforms programs and saves taxpayers' dollars. It saves over $20 billion from DOGE cuts and DoD workforce reforms, limits funds available for senior leader travel until DoD makes progress towards fully passing an audit, and overhauls military construction to reduce costs and expedite project delivery. I'd like to thank my colleagues and House Armed Services Committee staff for all the work that went into creating this strong bipartisan legislation that should pass with overwhelming support. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, the rule also provides for the consideration of H.R. 3486, the Stop Illegal Entry Act of 2025. While existing law criminalizes both illegal entry and illegal reentry to our country, often the punishments are not sufficient to deter aliens from illegally reentering the country after committing crimes or being removed from the United States. In fact, of all the aliens charged with illegal reentry in 2023, more than 70% had criminal records, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3486, if enacted, gives federal officials more tools to prosecute aliens who illegally enter the United States, requiring between 5 years imprisonment to life imprisonment for an alien who illegally enters the U.S. and is later convicted of a felony. It requires between 10 years imprisonment to life imprisonment for an alien who illegally reenters the United States after being removed following a felony conviction. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these pieces of legislation and urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the rule. The fiscal year 2026 National Defense Act, presented to us without amendment, is, against all odds, a strong bipartisan compromise between Republicans and Democrats on the Armed Services Committee. I have to admit I was pleasantly surprised to see this year's NDAA come to the floor untouched by some of the right-wing extremist policy riders that in recent years have been attached to important bills like the NDAA. However, this morning in the Rules Committee, Republicans green-lighted dozens of amendments containing controversial poison pills that may very well make their way into the bill. I hope that my Republican colleagues are able to demonstrate some restraint this week and vote down these bad policies. We cannot afford to politicize our national defense. A good NDAA, like a good budget, is one that's probably perfect for no one. It's the result of compromise and negotiation. And in the case of the NDAA, oriented around the shared goal of making sure that our armed forces continue to be the best in the world. However, while the FY26 NDAA is strong in many ways, it also falls short in some crucial areas, above all, in its lack of meaningful policy to rein in the Trump administration's reckless and illegal actions. Out of fealty to their dear leader, House Republicans have refused at every turn to perform meaningful oversight of this administration, to push back on the president's worst impulses, and to exert Congress's Article I powers against the executive's repeated overreach. And in the context of the NDAA, there hasn't been a single oversight hearing scheduled in the House or Senate to address the ongoing misuse of our military forces. Of all Trump's abuses, his worst have been in the domain of national defense. Empowered by a partisan Supreme Court and aided by complicit national security staff, Trump has repeatedly used the U.S. military to commit reckless and even illegal acts that imperil our security, weaken our status in the world, and hurt our relationship with our closest allies and endanger our own citizens. The president claims to have broad, undefined, and unchecked executive power. He's installed corrupt and incompetent appointees who jeopardize our national security and economic stability. He's imposed federal troops and the National Guard on civilians across America, despite fierce opposition from local residents and political leaders. He's sent armed and masked federal law enforcement agents to terrorize immigrant communities, and those agents have harassed and detained U.S. citizens exercising their First Amendment rights. The president has initiated multiple politically targeted criminal investigations against his opponents and unilaterally defunded programs that are important to our national defense and our security. While Republicans gleefully cheer on military deployments in American cities, I'll bet they'd lose their goddamn minds if those troops were sent to their home states, which have substantially higher crime rates. If the real rationale for these deployments is to address high crime rates, states like Arkansas, Missouri, and Louisiana would be at the top of the list. But we all know this isn't really why the National Guard has been deployed to D.C. or L.A. or Chicago. As with so many acts by this White House, it's just pretext for an agenda based on fear, intimidation, performative violence, and retribution. This agenda is about power and self-dealing, not problem-solving. That's all it is. There are no solutions. There are no plans. Time and time again, we've seen this White House reject and defund proven solutions in favor of no-tolerance policies and flashy shows of force. And in the process, this administration has wasted millions in taxpayer dollars with stunts like sending Dr. Phil on an ice raid with a camera crew, sending hundreds of people, many of whom had no criminal record, to a violent, inhumane prison in El Salvador and producing a video of their abuse and humiliation, sending uniformed military troops to the streets of American cities, damaging the relationship between our citizens and our armed forces. But this past week may have seen the most egregious and violent misuse of military force yet that we know of. Last week, President Trump ordered the extrajudicial execution by the U.S. military of 11 men on a speedboat in international waters, thousands of miles away from the U.S. He then posted a snuff video of that act on social media. We still have not seen credible evidence or legal justification for that strike. That killing represents a sinister choice. The Navy and Coast Guard interdict drug smugglers on the high seas all the time. If we knew that these men were smugglers and we knew where they were, then an intentional decision was made not to stop the ship and instead to kill the people on it. There is no congressional authorization for a president to kill drug dealers at home or abroad. And this killing on the high seas is not authorized by international law. The president cannot declare anyone he wants to be a criminal or an enemy combatant and then summarily kill them. This is the logic used by dictators and despots to disappear and kill dissenters and political opponents. A president who acts as judge, jury, and executioner is flat out un-American. If we allow such conduct, then we are no better than the terrorists and criminals we claim to fight. Additionally, earlier this year, the president approved airstrikes against Iran, doing so without congressional authorization and in contravention of the Constitution. No matter what one thinks about the merits of that attack, this was a flagrantly unconstitutional act. Taken together with last week's assassinations on the high seas, we now have a president who claims to be able to kill whoever he wants, whenever he wants, for whatever reason he wants, all without accountability under the law, to Congress, or to the American people. And as we speak of the separation of powers enshrined in our Constitution, over the weekend the President unilaterally decided to rename the Department of Defense as the Department of War in what can only be described as a PR stunt. It's a decision he doesn't have the authority to make. Whether or not this gimmick will distract from the Epstein files or this administration's economic failures, it will certainly cost taxpayers a fortune, with estimates ranging over $1 billion. And experts predict that our enemies will use the move to portray the United States not as a guarantor of peace, but as a threat to international stability. The NDAA is one of Congress's best opportunities to rein in these kinds of abuses of military power, specifically abuses by this president in his role as commander-in-chief. But unfortunately, this bill misses that mark. It lets the president get away with starting illegal wars and committing illegal killings. Further, Pete Hegseth still hasn't faced any consequences for leaking classified information to journalists and wasting taxpayer dollars on makeup mirrors. Tulsi Gabbard hasn't faced consequences for manipulating intelligence reports that contradicted the president's claims about Venezuelan gangs. And no one's been held accountable for firing intelligence officials who contradicted the president when he claimed falsely that his strikes on Iran had obliterated its nuclear capabilities. I know that my Democratic colleagues on the Armed Services Committee fought hard for oversight in the NDAA, and unfortunately, the price of a bipartisan bill to support our troops was that Republicans will continue to enable this administration and many of its worst actions. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, House Republicans' efforts to turn a blind eye to the president's apparent misconduct are not limited only to matters of national security. For months, the president and most House Republicans have blocked the release of the Epstein files. During the 2024 campaign, the president and his inner circle, particularly Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino, all repeatedly promised that they would release the Epstein files. But once they came into office and found the president to be frequently mentioned in those files, they changed their tune. In the past few months, the president has gone to extraordinary lengths to prevent the release of the Epstein files. His DOJ approved the highly unusual transfer of Epstein's convicted co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, to a cushy minimum security prison, apparently in exchange for her agreement to distance the president from Epstein's sex trafficking activities. The president has even threatened members of his own party with retribution if they vote to release those files. These threats appear to be working because House Republicans continue to provide cover for the administration, repeatedly voting down amendments in the Rules Committee that would force the release of the Epstein files. In fact, just this morning, Rules Committee Republicans once again blocked the release of those files. And we have not seen our Republican colleagues stepping up to sign the discharge petition, which could lay this issue to rest once and for all. The longer this goes on, the more it seems appropriate to ask, what are they trying to hide, and who are they trying to protect? What is the wonderful secret that Trump and Epstein shared? Mr. Speaker, I bring this all up because the other bill in this act, H.R. 3486, the Stop Illegal Entry Act, is another distraction to divert attention from this White House's ongoing issues and the Epstein files. It's a messaging bill that's light on substance, bad on policy, and just something shiny for House Republicans to talk about other than the Epstein files. The bill purports to be tough on undocumented immigrants, but doesn't do a single thing to improve our broken immigration system. But what it will do is siphon even more taxpayer dollars into the hands of for-profit prison companies. Instead of deporting undocumented immigrants, this bill would require convicted migrants to serve lengthy prison sentences here in the United States. And guess who would benefit from that? GEO and other private prison companies that have invested millions in the president's political campaigns. It's already a crime to enter the country illegally. Despite the propaganda from the other side, prosecutions against unlawful entry are regularly the most prosecuted cases in the United States under presidents from both parties. Those found in violation of these statutes are already subject to prison sentences and to mandatory removal. However, Republicans are proposing to jail undocumented immigrants for up to 10 or 20 years, wasting billions of taxpayer dollars in limited federal prison space. American taxpayers are certainly justified in asking our Republican colleagues, why should we imprison someone who's subject to deportation here in the U.S. and at that cost to the American taxpayer? Every day, we're seeing a new atrocity committed by ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. All over America, masked ICE agents, often in unmarked cars, are taking parents from their children, arresting the elderly, arresting law-abiding immigrants, and even detaining citizens. Trump says he's going after the worst of the worst, but over 70% of the immigrants his government has rounded up have no criminal record. In fact, the DOJ and Department of Homeland Security are reallocating resources away from investigating major crimes so they can terrorize undocumented immigrants who are just trying to work a job and provide for themselves and their families, including some who were legally present here, had legal status until this administration suddenly reversed it. For all its bluster, this administration is not doing anything to combat gangs or serious criminals. They are not arresting the worst of the worst, or gangs like MS-13 or Tren de Aragua. It's not doing anything about the smugglers and human traffickers at the border. Instead, ICE agents are scrambling to meet Stephen Miller's quotas by arresting people at work or when they attend court hearings on their legal cases for asylum or citizenship, as they're required to do. And the hell with the impact on the local community, or in the case of the disastrous raid on the Georgia battery plant last week, the hell with our allies and foreign investment in our country. In the latest example of how this administration's disastrous immigration agenda is at odds with reality, last week, ICE was directed to make a flashy, high-profile raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia, arresting over 400 South Korean nationals who we had explicitly invited to invest in manufacturing here to bring jobs to the United States. This stunt has been a complete disaster. It's caused a major diplomatic rift with one of our closest allies and biggest economic partners, and it's given the whole world reason to believe that it's a mistake to move manufacturing to the U.S. In truth, the Stop Illegal Entry Act is just another shiny object supposed to divert attention from the Epstein files and the failures of this administration. Republicans don't actually care about reforming the immigration system. They've repeatedly rejected all attempts to do so. They just want to campaign on telling horror stories about immigrants, regardless of the truth. All we see from this House majority is distraction after distraction after distraction, all to divert attention from the president's failure to deliver on promises to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president, and also members are reminded that to refrain from using profanity in debate. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if you don't like President Trump, that's fine. If you don't like the legislation, that's fine. But for a member of the House to walk down here and to intentionally take the name of the Lord in vain on the floor of the House of Representatives of the United States of America, it's a new low for this institution, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's a sad day for our country, and it says a lot about how far society has fallen. And while I know, and I actually read the book of James yesterday, the tongue's hard to tame, but that was an intentional use of language taking the name of our Lord in vain on the floor of this House. I'm going to leave it at that and yield 3 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Obernolte.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from yielding. Mr. Speaker, as we debate the rule providing for consideration of amendments to this year's National Defense Authorization Act, I rise to highlight a critically important issue for my district and to offer an amendment that would solve the problem. Mr. Speaker, I represent a vast district in Southern California, and among the 5 military bases that I represent is the Marine Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms. This is a critically important national asset where large-scale training operations are conducted that are available nowhere else in the world. Recently, the Marine Corps has proposed to expand the scale of operations and training at that base, which I fully support. And to accomplish that expansion would require an expansion of the restricted airspace that is above those training operations. We want to make sure the Marine Corps has access to all of the airspace they need to conduct their operations. But, Mr. Speaker, they are going about it in an extremely troubling way. They are proposing to create a new restricted area over this airspace, which would restrict the public's access to that effectively full-time, despite the fact that the Marine Corps only proposes to make use of this airspace 60 or fewer days every year. That's less than 20% of the time, Mr. Speaker. The problem with this is it's going to have a devastating impact on 4 local area airports, as well as operations in the adjacent Johnson Valley, which is home to the King of the Hammers, Mr. Speaker, one of the largest off-roading races in the world, and one in which over 80,000 spectators enjoy every year in my district. These operations will be in jeopardy if the public is restricted from accessing that airspace. Mr. Speaker, the Marine Corps has other options for getting use of this airspace. For example, they could declare a temporary flight restriction on the days that they propose to use it, which would be communicated to all of the local users of the airspace. Or, Mr. Speaker, they could better and more effectively communicate when they are using that airspace to other airspace users so the public would be aware of when the military needed the airspace and when the public had access to that. And in fact, we have already directed them to do exactly that. In the National Defense Authorization Act in 2021, we directed the Department of Defense and the FAA to work together to develop a system to digitally inform the public when restricted airspace was activated and when the public was welcome to use deactivated airspace. And they were given 6 months to do that. And Mr. Speaker, this is not reinventing the wheel. This delivery already exists for temporary flight restrictions. This would just be extending it to the restricted areas. But Mr. Speaker, 4 years later now, the DoD and the FAA have still not acted on this. My amendment simply conditions the Marine Corps' issuance of a new restricted area on compliance with the direction of Congress that we've already given them 4 years ago to create this new information channel.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of my amendment and that be made in order to solve this problem. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia reserves.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. This week I offered 4 common sense amendments, several with bipartisan support, that would have made the fiscal year 2026 National Defense Authorization Act stronger and more responsible. I want to specifically highlight 2 of these important amendments for you all in the limited time that I have. The first amendment would have included a penalty in law for using artificial intelligence to impersonate federal officials. This provision is identical to a bipartisan bill I introduced earlier this year titled the AI Impersonation Prevention Act. I introduced this bill to safeguard national security from the clear danger of the misuse of AI to impersonate federal officials. There have been multiple recent incidents of AI being used to falsely impersonate federal officials, posing a very serious threat to our national security. Recently, an imposter using AI attempted to contact high-level U.S. security personnel pretending to be Secretary of State Marco Rubio. AI will only continue to become more powerful and accessible, so we must act now to establish strict guardrails and accountability. That's why we need this amendment. As AI continues to become more widely adopted and more sophisticated, measures such as this amendment will ensure that we have critical trust in the messages and content we all receive on a daily basis, and that there are penalties for the abuse of this very powerful technology. The second amendment I want to highlight speaks to a deeply disturbing issue that we all, both Republicans and Democrats, should be horrified by. This is about the Trump administration's deportation of veterans and service members, including an Iraq War veteran detained by ICE in my district, Arizona's 3rd. Veterans are the best of us, our most patriotic Americans. This amendment to the NDAA would have required a study by the Defense Department and other relevant agency on the procedures in place to assist non-citizen service members with their citizenship applications. Ultimately, this disregard for the welfare of veterans and service members stems from the top. I am disappointed but not surprised that none of my important amendments were allowed to be considered on the floor by House Republicans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to my friend from Kansas, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of the rule and urge this body to adopt it. It is the next necessary step for us to proceed to consideration and ultimately adoption of the National Defense Authorization Act for the 65th year in a row. And while this Congress has done this 65 years in a row, this is the first year I've had the privilege of being part of this debate and discussion. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be representative of the 2nd District of Kansas, where I represent, among others, those associated with Fort Leavenworth, with Fort Riley, with Forbes Field and the 190th Air Refueling Wing, and other important military assets. And I want to just highlight a couple of provisions in this bill that are so critically important to the people that I represent. Obviously, the continued focus on service member and family quality of life, the 3.8% pay raise, vitally important to these folks who are serving our country. The $350 million this bill authorizes for expanded child care facilities for military families, the $35 million that it authorizes for impact aid in support of the communities that support our fighting men and women, the provision that restricts, precludes the downsizing of certain military health care installations so we can continue to provide for the health and well-being of our service members and their families. This bill focuses on acquisition reform, includes a provision to make it easier for small businesses to access what can be the complicated and sometimes frustrating process of being in the queue to provide support for our military men and women and our armed services. It provides for a focus on additional training space and support for unmanned systems, vitally important to us in Kansas, where we have a lot of assets clustered together to provide that type of next-generation support, both in the physical world and in the simulation world, in terms of the National Simulation Center at Fort Leavenworth. And, of course, it provides some top-line, critical, important provisions that are important to the defense of our country, and that includes authorizing funding and support for our counter-drug efforts, vitally important to our communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity. I encourage adoption of the rule.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Conaway.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on my amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act. This administration has made their military plan clear. Weaponize our troops against the people and use our military installations to advance their immigration agenda. As plans to house undocumented immigrants on military bases continue, base leadership must be informed about everyone that is coming onto the base and if their treatment and detention meets well-established federal standards. My amendments would require the Department of Homeland Security to create a registry of all undocumented immigrants held at DoD facilities and require a joint DoD-DHS report to the Congress on the use of force and compliance with federal detention standards designed to ensure humane treatment. Unfortunately, these amendments aren't just needed, but necessary, given the reports of DHS violating the rights of undocumented immigrants and those with legal status at detention facilities all across our country. We must have accountability, and if this administration plans to use our military installations as detention facilities, then DoD must play a role in curbing DHS inhumane tactics. I ask all of my colleagues to support these amendments, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. McBride.
Member from Delaware is recognized. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know a few members of this chamber can't seem to muster any maturity when they have a transgender colleague, but members of the U.S. Armed Forces can and have. For years, transgender people have been serving in our military. There was no problem until Donald Trump decided to fire thousands of qualified, capable service members simply because of their gender identity. These service members were proudly serving, arm in arm with their peers, deploying, training, leading, and sacrificing. They met the same standards, passed the same tests, earned the same promotions, and they were praised by their commanding officers. There was no problem until the Trump administration created a problem, removing thousands of loyal patriots from service, squandering investments made in their training and careers, and disrupting lives and units. That's why I introduced an amendment to repeal this ban. Because this ban doesn't strengthen our military, it weakens it. It doesn't uphold our values, it betrays them. And it sends the cruelest message to some of our most devoted patriots, that one identity they hold matters more than their service. My second amendment restores retirement benefits to transgender veterans who were forced out of the armed forces just shy of 20 years of service. Under the law, they should qualify for early retirement benefits just like everyone else. Many received approval only to have it revoked simply because of their gender identity. They wore the uniform. They kept their promises to us. It's time we keep our promises to them. It's one thing for some of my colleagues to disrespect me, but it's another thing entirely to disrespect the people who lay down their lives for this country. Unfortunately, the majority in this body refuses to let us vote on these amendments. But I will not stop standing up for every patriot that serves our country, which until now I thought was a non-controversial and bipartisan idea. I yield back.
Member yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserve.
I just want to thank my colleague for her remarks, and I would reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to my friend from North Carolina and the chairwoman of the Rules Committee, the toughest lady in Congress, Dr. Fox.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my colleague for yielding, and Mr. Speaker, Congress is charged with upholding the solemn constitutional mandate of providing for the common defense of the nation. We must guarantee that the men and women of the armed forces are equipped with the capabilities and resources to remain the most resilient and lethal fighting force on the planet. If we do not make good upon that guarantee, our nation's warfighters and defense apparatus will be ill-equipped to confront all manner of threats to the homeland. The bipartisan FY26 NDAA is our answer, and it contains the necessary provisions needed to ensure that the armed forces can carry out their mission unimpeded. From pay raises for service members to furthering innovation, slashing bureaucratic red tape, to doubling down on President Trump's America First posture by authorizing the collection of funds to offset the cost of U.S. forces in Eastern Europe. This legislation meets the mark and then some. It also makes ironclad commitments to deter aggression from foreign adversaries that pose a serious threat to America's national security and our way of life. Ensuring the safety and security of the homeland will always be the top priority of Republicans in Congress. Mr. Speaker, I support the rule, the underlying legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of H.R. 4849, the Protecting Healthcare and Lowering Costs Act of 2025, introduced by Congressman Gray. Mr. Speaker, in July, Republicans jammed through their big, ugly bill. This 870-page monstrosity includes the largest cuts to health care in American history. It takes health care coverage away from more than 15 million Americans, American citizens, including 10 million who would lose their care due to the $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, and another 5 million because Republicans failed to extend the tax credits that help make ACA plans more affordable. These cuts will throw millions of Americans off coverage entirely, bury families in medical debt, and result in hospitals and nursing homes closing, especially in rural America. In my district, 21,000 people are likely to lose their health care. And in the gentleman from Georgia's district, 36,000 people are estimated to lose their health care. Mr. Gray's bill would reverse those disastrous cuts as well as permanently extend the tax credits that help make ACA plans more affordable for millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal further, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McDonald-Rivet.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the hardworking men and women, not just in Michigan, but across the country. Working families in mid-Michigan and across the country are really struggling. 200,000 people in my district alone rely on Medicaid. While the Republican tax scheme that gives huge giveaways to billionaires threatens and breaks to the ultra-wealthy, it neglects the ACA tax credits working families in my district depend on to cover their insurance premiums and cuts Medicaid by $1.1 trillion, kicking tens of thousands of my constituents off their health care and raising costs for everybody. Our Protecting Healthcare and Lowering Costs Act reverses all of that, and we should pass it today. We aren't just making a point. We're fighting for the retired teacher from Mount Morris who needs Medicaid because her insurance isn't cutting it. We're standing up for the pregnant women whose rural hospital is at risk of closure, of being shut down because of the Republican tax giveaway. We're raising our voices for the family from Bay City who will have to sit down at the kitchen table to figure out if they should pay for rent or their child's visit to the doctor. We know that as a result of the billionaire tax giveaway, we are going to see premiums rise for working people across our country. The ACA tax credits need to be reestablished now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely nothing that can make Affordable Care Act plans affordable. It was a gift to the insurance industry from the Democratic Party, and without a reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Once again, Republicans on the Rules Committee blocked a vote on the bipartisan Massey-Connor bill to release the Epstein files. Covering up the files just protects the criminal activity of pedophiles and the people who participated in those heinous acts. Epstein told the young girls and women, "I have the banks and I have the government. You have no power. Let's prove him wrong." I'm asking that just 2 more of my Republican colleagues sign the petition to expose the rich and powerful monsters that were part of the Epstein sex circle. Trump is engaged in a cover-up. He's forcing Republicans to ignore their own moral conscience when he blocks the Massey-Connor bill. What's he hiding? Well, just in the last 24 hours, the card that Trump said didn't exist was released. It's a disgusting, degrading birthday card that Trump sent to Epstein, calling him a pal and stating that they shared a wonderful secret. And if that's not enough, Trump had the audacity to imply that domestic violence is not a crime. He said, if a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime. Consistent with that, he's cut federal funds that support victims of sexual crimes, including domestic violence. Trump was found liable in court for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. And yesterday, a court upheld the $83.3 million defamation jury award against President Trump. Women are not safe in Trump's America. So yes, Americans deserve a vote on the Massey-Connor bill to know what else is Trump hiding. So the survivors' painful stories brought many to tears last week. Their pain made us cry, but we cannot stop at tears. We owe them the justice they asked us for. Release the damn files.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from PA, Pennsylvania, reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Members are also reminded that profanity is not part of the debate. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend Chairman Comer for the work that's being done in the Oversight Committee. I want to commend the courage of the victims that came forward. And I should have commended the courage of the victims that came forward to Congress last week and met with members, including the Speaker of the House, before I even commended Chairman Comer for his work on the Epstein files. The key to the Epstein files is the flight logs and the tax records, neither of which is mentioned in the Massey language. So we are pushing forward. Chairman Comer is doing a good job. I commend him and the bipartisan work that's being done on the Oversight Committee. I commend the victims for coming to Washington and doing this. I want to apologize to the victims for the gamesmanship that is being played at their expense by the other side of the aisle in the Democratic Party. I think they support, from what I understand, what is being done in a bipartisan manner in the Oversight Committee. So we're going to continue to push forward that way. And, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
You know, if we're going to discuss what should be disclosed with these Epstein files, all the more reason to bring this bill forward. We can amend it in rules and carry on from there. But that's not what we're seeing from our colleagues across the aisle. They're trying to bury it, and I assume they'll continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentleman has no further speakers.
Your gentlewoman is recognized.
Okay. All right, Mr. Speaker, this House and this Congress cannot afford to continue allowing an unrestrained and reckless president to trample on the Constitution and Congress's powers and our responsibilities. Every day brings a new crisis with this White House, and they're all of its own making. Since Trump announced his tariffs, the U.S. has lost 42,000 manufacturing jobs. Tourism is tanking, and unemployment's on the rise. Costs for everything from electricity to groceries to health insurance are up, not down. In fact, we're facing the biggest increase in health insurance costs in 15 years, even as the cuts in this big bad bill threaten to bring more hospital closures. Trump's attacks on the Federal Reserve could cause another financial crisis. Masked agents are roaming our streets, and reports of human rights abuses at ICE detention facilities are growing. Far from ending the wars in Gaza and Ukraine, Trump has amassed naval forces off the coast of Venezuela and could provoke another unauthorized war. This administration is out of control, and Congress must act. Republicans can't keep their heads in the sand. They've already failed to protect core Article I spending authorities, the power to make appropriations, and the power to declare war. Continued inaction will only allow more power grabs by this White House to occur. At every turn, Republicans have fought Democratic efforts to place oversight and enforcement riders in legislation that we're passing. With this NDAA, our Republican colleagues are again blocking policies to restrain this president and prevent him from using the armed forces as political weapons. This cannot be allowed to continue. Mr. Speaker, we must reject this rule and the Republicans' failed agenda. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the PQ and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back for the third time. Members are reminded to not engage in personalities with the president. Representative from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a speedboat. It was a panga full of drugs, and I'd rather that speedboat, so-called speedboat, as they call it, I call it a panga full of drugs, be at the bottom of the ocean than another American be at the bottom of a 6-foot hole because of the drug overdoses. I personally think the President and the Secretary of Defense made the right choice, and I hope they'll do it again. In fact, I challenge them to do it again. Mr. Speaker, this week can advance 2 pieces of legislation under this rule. H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026, significantly improves the defense acquisition system. The act implements the Peace Through Strength agenda and restores lethality to our armed forces. It secures America's borders and improves the quality of life of our service members. The fiscal year 26 NDAA reforms key programs and saves taxpayers' dollars, resulting in a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force. This legislation will deter China, defend Israel, and counter Russia, North Korea, Iran, and other foreign terrorist organizations, including the drug dealers riding around the ocean with pangas full of dope. Finally, this act strengthens our nuclear deterrence, builds the Golden Dome, and grows our nation's strategic space capabilities. This is bipartisan, must-pass legislation that every one of my colleagues should support. Additionally, H.R. 3486, the Stop Illegal Entry Act of 2025, simply strengthens current law to deter criminal aliens from entering and re-entering again and again the United States, and gives federal officials more tools to prosecute aliens who have illegally entered the country and are convicted of a felony, or try to re-enter the country after removal following a felony conviction. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
We would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism declared in Executive Order 13224 of September 23, 2001, as amended, is to continue in effect beyond September 23, 2025. The crisis constituted by the grave acts of terrorism and threats of terrorism committed by foreign terrorists, including the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, in New York and in Pennsylvania and against the Pentagon, and the continuing and immediate threat of further attacks on United States nationals or the United States that led to the declaration of a national emergency on September 23, 2001, has not yet been resolved. This crisis continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency, declare an Executive Order 13224 as amended with respect to persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, September 8, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Ethiopia declared in Executive Order 14046 of September 17, 2021, is to continue in effect beyond September 17, 2025. The situation in and in relation to northern Ethiopia, which has been marked by activities that threaten the peace, security, and stability of Ethiopia and the greater Horn of Africa region, continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency,
declare an Executive Order 14046 with respect to Ethiopia. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, September 8, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A and Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until subject to the call of the Chair. House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 682 and adoption of House Resolution 682 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 682, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 43, House Resolution 682, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3838, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for the purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3486, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to increase penalties for individuals who illegally enter and re-enter the United States after being removed and for the purposes.
The question is on ordering of the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I would request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Yeas are 210, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 3838.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 682 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in a committee of the whole House and the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3838. The Chair appoints the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, to preside over the committee of the whole.
The House is in the committee of the whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3838, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in the first section of House Resolution 682 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. The bill before us today carries a different short title than the typical NDAA. It is the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery Act, or SPEED Act. We did that to underscore the very significant reforms this bill makes to the Department's acquisition process. The Pentagon's current acquisition process is failing our warfighters. It can take 10 years between identifying a need and delivering the capability to the warfighter. By that time, the threat has changed, the costs have ballooned, and the solution is outdated. The SPEED Act will cut through layers of red tape and deliver for the warfighter at speed and scale. It accelerates the requirements process from nearly 3 years down to 90 days. It streamlines bureaucracy. It prioritizes commercial solutions and fosters an environment where innovation can flourish by removing barriers to entry and bridging the valley of death. It modernizes outdated and overly burdensome regulations that slow delivery and inflate costs. And most importantly, it drives much-needed cultural change. No more rewarding paper pushers over problem solving. The SPEED Act fosters a culture of agility and responsible risk-taking. We work closely with the administration on this effort, and I'm pleased to say they support it. Fixing acquisitions will go a long way toward ensuring our warfighters are the most capable fighting force on the planet. Properly equipping our warfighters is critical, but so is ensuring we recruit and retain the best and brightest. Towards that end, the FY26 NDAA continues to make improvements in the quality of life for our service members. This bill supports the Trump administration's 3.8% pay raise for all service members, authorizes nearly $3 billion for construction of barracks, family housing, dining facilities, medical facilities, child care centers, and schools, prevents the department from reducing health care billets to avoid shortages at medical facilities, and it improves service member access to mental health services. Our committee will continue to make improving the quality of life for service members a priority. We need a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force because the threats our nation faces, especially those from China, are more complex and challenging than any point in the last 40 years. The FY26 NDAA counters the threat from China and ensures mission success in the Indo-Pacific. The bill extends the Pacific Deterrence Initiative to enhance U.S. posture in the region. It funds the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative by $1 billion fully funds the military exercises with allies and partners in the region, and it authorizes more than $1.5 billion in critical military construction projects we need to carry out operations in the Pacific. Furthermore, the bill increases the lethality of our forces to prepare for and deter global threats. The bill authorizes over $22 billion in shipbuilding for additional submarines and surface vessels, $38 billion to ensure air dominance with a new generation of fighters, $15 billion to restore America's arsenal of munitions, and $142 billion to research and develop innovative new technologies our warfighters need to win on the future battlefields. This is a strong bipartisan bill that delivers for our warfighters and deters our adversaries. It will fundamentally reform the defense acquisition enterprise. It will continue historic improvements in the quality of life for our service members and their families. It will build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China and other adversaries, and it will deliver on President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. I urge all members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I really want to thank Chairman Rogers, his team, and his staff. The process that we went through in committee was just a model for how to legislate on the National Defense Authorizing Act, and in a bipartisan fashion. And I think in that process, we put together a really good bill. The chairman's done a good job of describing it. I won't belabor some of those points, except to say that the emphasis on acquisition and procurement reform is so crucial to everything we're doing. In order to meet the national security threats that we face, we are going to have to innovate vastly more quickly than we do right now. The pace of warfare is simply changing on a day-in and day-out basis. Drones, AI, missile defense, counter-drone technologies, this is evolving rapidly. We simply have to make sure that the best technologies, the innovative companies out there in the world, have access to the Department of Defense so that we can update and change the way we do business and move more quickly. I think that one of the easiest ways to think about it is we need to focus on solving problems, not on process. This bill does an excellent job of making those changes. The chairman led an effort over the course of the last year to do a deep dive on these questions and come up with a very meaningful bill. The bill is also excellent in a number of other areas. It continues on the really good work from last year on quality of life issues, making sure that we take care of the men and women and their families who serve our country. The pay raise, a number of other issues are dealt with in that regard. I think the bill also reflects a strong statement of what our national security needs are. It fully supports Ukraine. It fully supports the Baltic Security Initiative to make sure that our allies in the Baltics and Eastern Europe are supported, and make sure that we support Taiwan through the Indo-PACOM initiative. We have a good bill that came out of committee. And also, crucially, the bill was handled in a bipartisan fashion. We debated a lot of different amendments, some amendments that were problematic. We set aside because they were too partisan one way or the other, and we debated the issues that were most important to the warfighter and produced a good product. So that's the good news. The bad news is what came out of the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee was a completely and totally partisan exercise in a way that, frankly, I haven't witnessed on the defense bill since, well, before last year, in which we totally abandoned everything that Chairman Rogers and everybody else put into in the committee process and said, no, Democrats are irrelevant. This is a Republican bill. That's all we're going to pay attention to. Of the amendments that were ruled in order, 222 of them are Republican, 76 of them are Democrat. None of the Democratic amendments are ones that we're going to be debating. The Democratic amendments are ones that are bipartisan, are going to be unblocked. I know there is a technicality there in that the Meeks amendment is going to be debated, but that's only going to be debated because Chip Roy insisted on it, and it overruled what the majority wanted and voted for it in committee, and that's on repealing the AUMFs in 91 and 2002. So no effort whatsoever to include Democratic ideas while loading it up with some of the most partisan political amendments possible. There are, I think it's 5 different attacks on the trans community. The Trump administration has already achieved all of that. This is simply piling on, including the worst part of it, denying health care to the men and women who serve in the military and their families any sort of health care for gender dysphoria, which is an absolute 100% thing, even if you may disagree with how to handle it, no treatment for that. And that's just a purely partisan, gratuitous shot that we decided not to take in committee for a very good reason. But then equally problematic is some of the crucial amendments that Democrats wanted to debate about oversight of this Pentagon, oversight of what President Trump and Secretary Hegseth are doing. He is posting on social media a threat to use the United States military to invade the city of Chicago and other cities. That is not what the United States military is supposed to be used for. It would be appropriate for Congress to exercise oversight and have that debate and say, no, we're not going to let you use the U.S. military for domestic law enforcement. To at least let us have that debate and have a vote on it. Go on record and say how we feel about it. There was also the over-politicization of the military. Unprecedented, unseen. Every single inspector general fired. Every single judge advocate general fired. Multiple senior-level staff officers, including chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, C.Q. Brown, and the general who was in charge of NSA and cyber, General Hawk, fired. Highly qualified bipartisan support, but they weren't loyal to President Trump. That's not what this is supposed to be about. We should be able to debate those amendments to make sure that the United States military stands up for the American people. It is loyal to the Constitution, not to one person. All of those debates disallowed. So we'll see how the amendment process goes, but it is highly unlikely at the end of it that we're going to have that product that we produced out of committee. That is a shame to this institution. And again, I want to emphasize, Chairman Rogers, great partner, House Armed Services Committee did a great job. Leadership decided to make this a partisan exercise instead of an exercise focused on the American service members, their families, and making sure that our country has what it needs to meet our national security and defense needs. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo the ranking member's comments. This is a very bipartisan product that came out of a committee. It's a good product, and it deserves this chamber's support. And he's been a great partner in fashioning what we bring to the floor today. At this time, Madam Chairman, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the subcommittee chairman, Subcommittee on Intel and Special Ops, Mr. Jackson of Texas. 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3838, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026, also known as the SPEED Act. I would like to begin by thanking Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in bringing this bipartisan legislation to the floor for the 65th consecutive year. The Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee portions of this bill, in conjunction with approximately $2.2 billion in reconciliation funding, continues to focus on providing our Special Operations Forces, the defense enterprise, and the security cooperation enterprise with the tools required to ensure their capabilities can support the Department's efforts in strategic competition and in countering malign PRC actions. This bill supports critical platforms like the V-22 and the MV-75, which are assembled in Texas' 13th Congressional District. This legislation also provides the U.S. Special Operations Command with the ability to accelerate research, development, testing, and procurement at speed and scale to affect outcomes against adversaries through the Urgent Innovation Technologies and Capabilities Pilot Program. The authority for SOCOM, combined with the Defense Intelligence Enterprise and the Defense Security Cooperation Agency's efforts, will continue to be our strategic hedge against an increasingly contested and denied battle space by peer adversary capabilities and malign influence. We will enable leaders to make informed decisions in an increasingly complex world, enhancing the U.S. military's lethality across the board. Finally, this bill, coupled with reconciliation, is just the beginning of the increased resourcing needed to ensure our Special Operations Forces, the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, and the Security Cooperation Enterprise can support the Department's efforts in strategic competition and countering malign influence. We owe it to the men and women who volunteer to serve in these roles, our special operators, uniform and civilian intelligence personnel,
time has expired.
And security cooperation personnel to equip
Gentleman's time has expired.
with the capabilities. Thank you. I yield back.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Readiness, Mr. Garamendi from California.
Where is he from? Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to follow along in the path that our ranking member has laid out, but before I go there, I do want to thank my Republican colleagues, particularly the chair, Mr. Rogers, for your efforts in committee to put together a decent bill, which I did vote for. However, I'm seriously alarmed by some of the things that were in the bill, and even more that are likely to occur today. It's the erosion of our defense policies, lack of fiscal discipline, strategic clarity, and constitutional boundaries. Since we passed this out of legislation, the Trump administration has unleashed the military against Americans in American cities. They've pushed unnecessarily expensive changes, such as renaming the Department of Defense into the Department of War, and continuously disregard the Constitution of the United States of America. As of this morning, my Republican colleagues have chosen to inject decisive partisan amendments into this bill. We'll have more about that as the day goes on. And at the end of the day, most of those amendments will be adopted, and we'll have a truly bad bill before us. Sorry about that, folks, but that's where you're headed. So please, if you have a chance, take it in a different direction. Think about how we're spending the money. We're going to spend probably $1 billion retrofitting a luxury jet gift by the Qatar royal family to President Trump. It'll be ready, assuming we do it, about the time the president leaves here, and he'll have his own personal royal jet. What in the world is that all about? Oh, by the way, the money comes out of the Sentinel program, with which I have a lot of problems. Perhaps that's good, but nonetheless, the fiscal discipline here is simply not available. So we're going to spend we now have a $400 billion 747-8. I assume the president will be happy with his new jet when he retires, which cannot happen soon enough, in my view. By the way, we're putting in, let's see, we have 3 divisions that are always ready to go. 101st. Thank you. We have 3 divisions that are always ready to go. One of them, the 101st Airborne, now has several thousand of its troops deployed to the southern border. For what purpose? I suppose with their binoculars looking around for something, most of which isn't there. A total waste of their ability. And are they going to be ready? The answer is no. So from the Readiness Committee, makes no sense, folks. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to at this time yield 2 minutes to the Chairman of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land, Mr. Whitman of Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank the chairman and ranking member of the committee for their leadership throughout this year's NDAA process. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. As the United States faces pacing threats from China, this NDAA ensures the United States remains peerless by reforming and modernizing the Pentagon's acquisition policies. This bill includes my provision instituting a minimum assignment period of 6 years for acquisition program executive officers, strengthening institutional memory in the acquisition process. It also cuts through red tape by exempting smaller programs from cumbersome regulatory burdens. It revitalizes the National Defense Industrial Base by establishing the Defense Industrial Resiliency Consortium and bridges the Valley of Death by creating the Bridging Operation Objectives and Support for a Transition Program to effectively align high-potential technologies with unmet operational needs. As chairman of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, we have ensured this bill delivers on maintaining a capable and lethal fighting force by authorizing over $38 billion for the development, procurement, and modification of aircraft, including fully funding for the 6th-generation F-47 and F/A-XX programs. It authorizes $15 billion to restore America's ammunition arsenal. Crucially, this bill addresses the emerging threat of unmanned aircraft systems, or UAS. These systems are posed to be the IED of our future conflicts if we do not successfully counter them at home and on the battlefield. The FY26 NDA fully funds the President's request for counter-UAS systems and implements a pilot program to utilize commercial data feeds
to more accurately detect, identify, and track UAS incursions near military installations. I'd also like to thank the subcommittee's ranking member, Don Norcross, for his leadership in these efforts and for his shared bipartisan vision for our nation's security. Madam Speaker, this year's NDAA is a strong bipartisan bill that works to keep the United States the most dynamic and lethal military power on the planet. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves.
Continues to reserve.
Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member on the subcommittee on sea power and projection forces.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3888 as it came out of committee. The bipartisan tradition of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee continued this year under the leadership of my good friend Chairman Trent Kelly to ensure maximum support for our sailors, airmen, and Marines. I would note our job was made much more difficult by the ridiculously late submission of a budget by the Budget Office, which they then split and mangled by disregarding input from the sea services. Nonetheless, we overcame that challenge with this year's mark. The bill includes my bipartisan table amendment, which authorizes an increase in Virginia-class submarine program by $1 billion. This plus-up was needed to address a serious Virginia-class program Budget Office shortfall and will ensure full authorization of 2 Virginia subs in fiscal year 2026. Madam Chair, today a total of 4 Virginia subs are slated to be delivered in 2025 and 2026. This bill's plus-up will grow industry's backlog of work to 21 boats so we can overmatch our adversaries' nuclear fleets and fulfill our AUKUS commitments to sell 3 subs to Australia in 2032, 35, and 38. Mr. Kelly and I visited there in August and saw firsthand that nation's massive investment in their Navy in anticipation, and we must act to keep up our end. Further, the bill includes incremental funding authorization for the Columbia-class submarine program to avoid disruption of the Navy's most critical shipbuilding priority. Our mark directs investment and support for uncrewed and autonomous maritime platforms that are here to stay as part of our Navy's fleet of warships. Procurement stability for shipbuilding and our maritime industrial base has never been more important, and passage of this NDAA will achieve that. Madam Chairman, fiscal year 2026 will mark the 65th consecutive NDAA if signed into law. This legacy is one of bipartisanship and compromise. I urge my colleagues to support a bill that can be passed in a closely divided Congress and stay focused on the core mission of Congress to provide a strong national defense. That's what we did in committee under Mr. Smith and Mr. Rogers' leadership. The bill passed 55-2.
Gentleman's
the
time
men
has
and women
expired.
in uniform deserve no less than that example with final passage of this matter. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I rise today in favor of the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act. This bill fundamentally reforms defense acquisition to support a fighting force that will stand against those who threaten the United States of America. As the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, I was proud to work in a bipartisan fashion to support some of the most critical elements of our national defense. First, and perhaps most importantly, we continue to support the modernization of our nuclear triad, as well as the scientific capabilities and the NC3 architecture that underpin it. We also established a new rapid capabilities program within the NNSA to enhance our ability to respond to growing nuclear threats from China and Russia. As China's recent military parade demonstrated, our adversaries continue to rapidly develop and deploy new nuclear weapons. On the other hand, U.S. nuclear capabilities can take over a decade to design and develop. This bill would apply innovative and rapid acquisition approaches to address this and ultimately ensure our deterrent continues to keep pace with the dynamic threat environment. For defense of the homeland, this bill supports development of the Golden Dome system to achieve President Trump's bold vision. In space, we established the Tactical Surveillance, Reconnaissance, and Tracking Program as a formal program of record to provide badly needed space products from commercial providers to combatant commands. We also provide tools to sustain the growth and development of Space Force Guardians to ensure we have the highly skilled and technically proficient acquisition cadre capable of bringing online the next generation of systems to fight and win in space. This bill revitalizes the defense industrial base and American manufacturing, supports a well-deserved pay raise for our service members, creates a more lethal and agile force to counter our adversaries, and secures our nation's borders, all while saving taxpayers over $20 billion through cutting inefficient programs and government bureaucracy. This is a bill that meets the moment and needs the support of warfighters to protect our nation. I applaud the work of the committee to bring forth this strong and bipartisan bill. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes and yield back the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith and Chairman Rogers, for setting by example what it's like to work in a bipartisan fashion, and to my Chairman Whitman for what he does each and every day to make sure that we work together to make sure we support our warfighters. This continues this bill, Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee, proud bipartisan tradition, and reaffirms our shared responsibility for managing this risk. I am, however, disappointed that some, in a majority, would kill this bipartisan work. We've seen the amendments, and they will ruin what we have done collectively on our committee. Our service members, their families deserve better. Mr. Chairman, this bill authorizes funding levels for key defense program, including $7 billion for the most expensive defense program in the history of our country, the F-35, and over $800 million to make sure that we continue the E-7A aircraft, which is needed so badly, particularly in the Pacific. Mr. Chairman, this bill also addresses the risk and cost of military modernization, extending the review, the assessment, the reporting, the F-35 program by Government Accountability Office, which is incredibly important, and we have taken many of the recommendations over the year and find it very valuable. The bill also continues the subcommittee's work to revitalize our munitions industrial base by providing multi-year procurement and authorizes, coupled with strong investment in these accounts. Mr. Chairman, this bill also includes and fortifies the Office of Director, Operational Testing and Evaluation. I am concerned with the administration's plan for DOT&E. We must ensure that this office remains independent and relevant. And certainly I want to thank our professional staff, Jay, Michael, Heath, Caroline, Brooke, and certainly my own personal staff, Robin Dickey, my LA, Sam DeVitro, and Brian Yee.
Gentleman,
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington yields. Or excuse me, reserves. Yes. Yep. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Chairman, this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Tennessee, the chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee, Mr. Kelly. 2 minutes.
From Mississippi, Mr. Chairman. You said Tennessee.
Sorry, I meant Mississippi. I was thinking Mississippi, even though I said Tennessee.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized, and I was going to correct you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by thanking Chairman Rogers, whose critical work on acquisition reform with Ranking Member Smith set the foundation for the advances we are making in this year's bill. Thank you as well to my friend and Sea Power Ranking Member Joe Courtney for your commitment to bipartisanship and your continued collaboration towards stronger naval and projection forces. Finally, thank you to the subcommittee staff, Cal Noyes, Kelly Goggin, Phil McNaughton, and Abby Snyder, as well as my personal staff, Samaj Red, and my fellow, Bobby Sue. I'm excited to highlight just a few of the many wins for our national defense in this year's bill. We are adding to our fleet of Virginia and Columbia-class submarines. We ensure that new sea-left vessels will be made right here in America, and we are making investments in the transformative power of unmanned vehicles. We also are advancing support for our airborne force projection needs, investing in aerial drones and anti-submarine sonobuoys, raising the floor on the minimum number of aerial refueling missions, and maintaining the inventory requirement for C-130 aircraft needed for intra-theater airlift. This year's NDAA also makes key investments in future procurement of ships, submarines, and airborne projection forces. This gives our defense industry base the support they need to continue the important work they do in so many of our community and paves the road for a smoother procurement process going forward. With global tensions as high as they are, it is important, more important than ever, for America to preserve the ability to project power across even the furthest reaches of the globe, from the Pacific to the Middle East and even the Arctic. Our ability to meet any challenge near the critical homeland defense and advancing our national interests. This year's NDAA is an opportunity to make essential investments in our ability to project power across the oceans and in the air, and to ensure that America's defense remains second to none now and in the generations to come. I urge all members to support a vote in favor. I thank the gentlelady, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Military Personnel, Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Smith, and very much thank you to Ranking Member Smith and to the Chairman for leading by example, a very important lesson to be learned here, and thank you as well to my Chairman, Mr. Fallon, for working together with me on MilPERS this term. This is my 7th time through this. On my 7th time that a bipartisan bill, actually 6th time that a bipartisan bill has passed out of committee, and this one includes many quality of life priorities for our service members and for their families. These issues will have an immeasurable impact on our recruitment and on our retention efforts, as well as, of course, on our readiness. The bill does include a 3.8% pay raise for service members. It increases the family separation allowance for service members to $400 a month. It also excludes the base housing allowance from a service member's household income, so a greater number of them should be able to be eligible for the basic needs allowance. These and several other provisions in the bill will certainly positively impact service members' pocketbooks and their ability to put food on the table. H.R. 3838 expands ongoing efforts to improve the access to safe, quality child care by extending the Child Care in Your Home pilot program through 2029. And additionally, the bill will require the department to conduct annual reviews of child care fee assistance rates. These regular reviews will certainly ensure that the fee assistance program remains aligned with the ever-evolving needs of our military families. And finally, the bill addresses the ongoing health care needs of service members and their families, and it requires the establishment of the Occupational Resilience Program for cyber personnel. And interestingly and importantly, the bill waives fees and copays for TRICARE dental program for all members of the selected reserve. And most importantly, it ensures the department doesn't further reduce the number of military medical personnel, which is of course vital at a time when there are medical professional shortages across this country. We bring this bill to the floor to show that in a bipartisan way, our country is determined to support our service members and their families. Sir, may I have 30 more seconds?
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. We support readiness and recruitment. I urge my colleagues to reject poison pill policy riders that will be added to this bill that could destabilize this very important work, and not to put partisan politics above the well-being of our service members. This NDAA would do just that. Our service members and their families make considerable sacrifices, and we must fulfill our commitments to them and to their families as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from
I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Madam Chairman, this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Cyber Subcommittee, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon. 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the chairman and the ranking member for the committee for their thoughtful leadership in navigating us towards us passing this bill. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3838, our National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. The 2026 NDAA emphasizes ensuring the lethality of the U.S. Armed Forces by reforming the acquisition process to deliver innovative equipment to the warfighter at speed and scale. It does so by accelerating the requirements process to reduce decision timelines from 3 years to 3 months, by making other transactional authorities more easily available for prototyping, and by cutting red tape through eliminating duplicative reporting requirements. As the chairman of the Subcommittee for Cyber, Information, Technology and Innovation, we've worked tirelessly to deliver the best and most cutting-edge technology to our service members. This bill authorizes $142.6 billion for research, development, testing, evaluation of field essential technology like hypersonics, AI, autonomous vehicles, to win the wars of tomorrow. China has a cyber force that is 10 times that of the United States. China and Russia are attacking our networks every single day. The threat in this cyberspace domain is real. This legislation reflects that reality and takes essential steps to address it. We could not have accomplished this without the tireless and dedication efforts of the subcommittee staff. Sarah Moxley, Carolyn Curley, Andrew Smith, Brooke Allred, Maria Gerardo, Michael Herman, and Wendell White. I also thank the ranking member Ro Khanna for working in a bipartisan and friendly manner. This NDAA helps small business by fast-tracking promising technologies, establishing pilot programs to test and procure technologies that bolster operational capabilities, and incentivizing the consideration of commercial off-the-shelf products prior to entering extensive contracts. I encourage my colleagues to support this NDAA, and I yield the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to a member of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Elfreth of Maryland.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith and Chair Rogers, for not just your leadership, but your sincere and deep commitment to collaboration. As a freshman, new member to this committee, I was thrilled to see that collaboration and bipartisan commitment throughout the 9-month NDAA process. And there is good things in this bill, as we've heard. Together, we've secured language that defends the critical work of university-affiliated research centers that support the DoD, like the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. We require our military academies to address the very real readiness threats posed by extreme weather and sea level rise. We delivered $10 million to better track suicide, sexual assault, harassment, and domestic abuse in the military. And those are just 3 of the many wins our committee secured through the bipartisan process, which is why I am now pleading with my colleagues to ensure that this process does remain bipartisan. I'm old enough to remember that just 54 days ago, we passed this bill at a committee. We did not cede to the pressure to politicize this bill. We worked together to support those who make the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and that's why we cannot allow these poison pill amendments. Those amendments, just a few, will strip the collective bargaining rights of 400,000 civilian employees of the DoD, collective bargaining rights they've held for 60 years. This bill does nothing to make sure we don't have U.S. troops used on U.S. civilians. We cannot throw away the 9 months of good faith negotiations. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chairman for yielding. I rise in support today of the National Defense Authorization Act. This bill is painstakingly thorough, with over 900 amendments considered, over 13 hours of markup deliberations, and a final passage vote in committee of 55-2. I am proud to offer my voice in support of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. In the Readiness Subcommittee, this bill addresses some of the largest readiness challenges in the department, including a specific focus on the Joint Strike Fighter and amphibious ship readiness concerns. This bill establishes safety as a culture and seeks to partially correct the mistakes that led up to the Black Hawk collision with a commercial airliner here at DCA earlier this year. This bill seeks to foundationally reform the military construction process. And finally, this bill remains focused on our service member and their families during training, combat, and even during periods of transition. My friends, this is a strong mark that sends a forceful signal of change. It places our military on a secure footing and, if necessary, enables them to win decisively in conflict. I also want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their steadfast support of passing this bill, and I want to especially thank Ranking Member Garamendi for his continued bipartisan support to the Readiness Subcommittee. I urge all members to vote yes to this important legislation, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Goodlander, a member of the Armed Services Committee.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman from New Hampshire is recognized.
Madam Speaker, exactly 249 days ago today, we came together in this chamber to swear an oath to this Constitution. I keep it with me everywhere I go, and I remember that we did that not as Republicans or Democrats, we took that oath as Americans. And we honor that oath by doing our jobs. It sounds simple, but it's pretty rare. By working in good faith to get good things done, and to solve real problems for the real people who have put their trust in us. That's what I came to Congress to do. That's what I joined the House Armed Services Committee to do, and that's what we worked to do in the National Defense Authorization Act. We worked in good faith to find common cause on cracking down on the high costs from housing to health care that are crushing our service members and military families, and to crack down equally on Pentagon waste, fraud, and abuse. We worked in good faith to find common cause to stand up for our service members, for our shipyards, and to stand up to...
I yield additional 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman.
And to stand up to determined and dangerous common enemies like Vladimir Putin, and to stand up for our allies like the people of Ukraine. I read every bill we vote on, as we all should. This one is 2,000 pages, and I fear that the 200 amendments that have just come to this floor are going to make what was a bipartisan bill that was good for America a bill that is not going to serve the best interests of our country. I hope that we can summon the spirit that brought us all to this body, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from
I
Washington.
reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Military Personnel Subcommittee, Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This year's NDAA builds on an outstanding year for our military and ensures our service members are lethal and ready. And they're going to be a force that they're going to be able to project power and capable of confronting threats from our southern border to our eastern flank. This NDAA continues to root out the Biden-era policies that detracted from our main goal, which of course is winning and fighting our nation's wars, and even better, deterring so we don't have to fight them in the first place. DEI is gone, merit is back. Standards are high. Our service men and women will once again be the most highly trained, ready fighting force the world has ever known. In the last year, recruitment and retention soared, and as a result, this NDAA gives the services the end strength they need to build and sustain a force equal to the mission. But not to rest on a great year for recruiting, we are expanding access for our military recruiters at secondary schools and other institutions of higher learning. As our men and women in uniform are our priority, the NDAA authorizes a 3.8% service member raise, and that's much needed. It also extends special pay authorities to attract and retain the best talent in some of the most critical career fields. Additionally, we are enhancing the subcommittee's oversight of the military health system and remain committed to addressing the persistent shortage of child care for our service members through expansions of child care pilot programs. And finally, this NDAA continues to deliver on our long-term goals of increasing quality of life, because that's the one thing that's most important, and the chairman has done a fabulous job at that. So this NDAA will continue to prioritize service members and their families. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Committee on Financial Services, Ms. Waters.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The National Defense Authorization Act often includes provisions that have nothing to do with our national defense, and that's not a bad thing. In the past, members of my committee have passed reforms to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, updated our anti-money laundering bills, and made numerous changes to securities and consumer protection laws on the NDAA. And this year, Speaker Johnson cut a deal with his Freedom Caucus members to insert a ban on the U.S. from researching how to create a digital dollar, knowing that Democrats overwhelmingly rejected it in July. Even though Speaker Johnson included this provision, he blocked all of my committee members' financial services amendments from consideration in this bill. So what did he block? I offered an amendment to restore funding to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that Trump unlawfully cut. I also offered language to protect workers, small businesses, and small community banks and credit unions by reforming deposit insurance. Another amendment that the Republicans are blocking would increase funding for affordable housing. And finally, I tried to attach my bill to stop Trump families' crypto corruption, which now exceeds $7.7 billion. But Republicans won't bring these ideas to the fore, probably because Republicans are scared that they would pass. It's why Republicans also jammed in their ban of a digital dollar. They know that most Americans reject what they are doing. For all of these reasons and many more, I urge a no vote on H.R. 3838, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to an outstanding freshman member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. McGuire of Virginia.
You are recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, for your leadership and vision during this process. Mr. Chair, this year's National Defense Authorization Act represents a significant step towards achieving President Trump's vision of peace through strength. Since the end of the Cold War, the United States defense industrial base has severely atrophied, and the Pentagon's overburdensome and bureaucratic acquisition process hasn't kept up with the speed needed to procure and field the cutting-edge technology. As we have seen from conflicts in the Ukraine and the Middle East, our adversaries are not wasting time innovating and changing the face of modern warfare. God forbid we have to go to war. We want our men and women to be able to win the fight and return home safely. I'd also like to thank the professional staff of the committee for including several of my proposals that strengthen the industrial base in the Commonwealth of Virginia's 5th Congressional District. I'd like to thank the hard work of my own staff and, again, the professional staff on this year's bill. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of what I will. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
We have no further speakers or are prepared to close, so we'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to another outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, all of us are so grateful for the bipartisan leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith in developing the National Defense Authorization Act. I support the bill, but failure to include urgent provisions for the national security agenda of President Donald Trump amounts to sabotage of the successful Trump policies for peace through strength. I regret Amendment 535 was not included to repeal the Caesar Act. Repeal promotes President Trump's historic announcement to, quote, give Syria a chance, end of quote, after 50 years of murderous Ba'athist socialist dictatorship. Ambassador Tom Barrack, the very talented envoy for President Trump, is making every effort to support stabilization in Syria to prevent resurgence of ISIS threatening the region and the American families. I regret that Amendment 545, the Megabarri Act, was not included. Earlier this year, the House voted 348 to 42, 90%, for the Megabarri Act supporting fair elections in the Republic of Georgia. War Colonel Putin has rigged elections in Georgia. The Georgian regime has given its port on the Black Sea to the Chinese. Thank you.
For an additional 30 seconds.
And the Georgian government has given the port on the Black Sea to the Chinese Communist Party. Failure to include Megabarri only benefits the Chinese Communist Party, undermining President Donald Trump. It is critical that Congress support peace through strength policies of President Donald Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama.
Reserves.
Reserves. Does the gentleman from Washington continue to reserve?
Yes.
He does. Back to the gentleman from Alabama. You are recognized.
I have no further speakers if the ranking member is ready to close.
Yes. Gentleman from Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time. Again, I think, and we've heard from both sides, just excellent description of what the bill does as it came out of committee and why it's so important. It's what the Armed Services Committee does. We exercise oversight of the Department of Defense to make sure that we can properly meet our national security needs and, crucially, make sure that the men and women who serve in our military have all the tools they need. Nothing is more important to that effort this year than acquisition reform, getting them the tools they need quicker, more efficiently, and making sure they get the innovative technologies as soon as they need them. And so I look forward to that part of it. But the problem is, as I said, the amendment process, very partisan, is going to lead to a partisan outcome at the end of it. And then also, I do hope that members on both sides sides of the aisle will take seriously the concerns about the executive overreach that we are seeing from President Trump and from Secretary Hegseth. I mentioned some of them in my opening remarks, but there are a lot more. The attack on the boat in the Caribbean just last week, no particular legal justification for that. I want to make sure we understand the implications of that. If the president is saying he has the right to use the U.S. military to strike out against any drug cartel anywhere in the world, that is a massive expansion of executive power in the use of his war powers ability, and it's dangerous. Congress is supposed to exercise some oversight of that. We do not want to be dragged into a war with Venezuela, with Mexico, with Colombia, with any number of different countries, that if we take the position as the U.S. that we can do military strikes in any country around the world, it's dangerous. It's something we should exercise oversight on. Also, another thing I didn't mention in as much detail as I would have liked, the efforts to ban books, ban speakers, I did mention the firing of people, all around the basic idea that nobody in the military should say anything critical of Donald Trump is a direct undermining of our constitutional republic and of the crucial neutrality of the United States military in doing their jobs. We have speakers now who are being disinvited from speaking to our military academies if they said something critical of President Trump on social media. That's not a reason to ban a speaker. Most recently, we've had the instance where even a group of people from the service academies was going to give an award to Tom Hanks, basically for his support for service members, something they've done repeatedly in a number of different instances. He has been very supportive of service members and veterans, and the award was pulled because he did a fundraiser for Joe Biden a year ago. That is the politicization of the military and the undermining of our constitutional democracy. I think we need to exercise oversight of that. We had a number of amendments that would have at least given this chamber the opportunity to debate those. They were all silenced. We need to continue to be a democracy. We need to continue to support free speech. And I think part of our obligation as Congress is to exercise that oversight when that impacts certainly what's going on at the Department of Defense, as it clearly is. So we'll see how the amendment process goes. Again, I'll close on a positive note. The bill was put together in a very bipartisan and effective way in committee, and it really addresses crucial issues to make sure that we support the men and women in the armed services and their families, and also meets our national security and defense needs. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank my good friend, the ranking member, for his leadership. He has been a great partner in this process, and I'm very proud of the work we did together in putting together a bipartisan bill. I also want to thank our staff for their outstanding work, as well as the House Legislative Council, CBO, the parliamentarian and leadership staff on both sides of the aisle. This is a very important bill. It provides critical authorities to our warfighters that keep us safe. I urge all members to support it, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of text of Rules Committee print 119-8 shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill, as amended, shall be in order except for those printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 682. Each further amendment printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the questions. We will now proceed to amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRIS 682, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 12, 27, 28, 30, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 91, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rogers, Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama. You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Chairman Rogers, as well as Representative Smith, for your leadership on this. As an Air Force counterintelligence officer, it is good to see America's defense being led again by great leaders. Not only does this include troop pay, but it also ensures innovation in our technology, a force for good in the world. And yet, challengingly, we have seen on the world stage, leaders flock to Beijing. From Moscow and Pyongyang, they have come to kneel at the altar of Xi Jinping. The reality here is that China is looking to degrade the West, fracture our allies, and capture emerging nations around the world. It illustrates why the U.S. must now, more than ever, continue to lead. Luckily, we are not alone in this fight. In just the past 5 years, over $100 billion in private capital flowed to our defense technologies, signaling that our best innovations and our ability to solve our nation's largest security strategies happen not just in this chamber, but across the whole of the nation. These new entrants need a welcoming defense environment, something the Department of Defense has struggled with in the past. This bill takes a long overdue step to ensure the quick delivery of advanced capabilities to our warfighters when and where they need them. And I am confident that this bill, along with the number of targeted amendments that we've been privileged to lead, will help lead in that fight. To begin with, expanding private financing. My amendment would expand the private financing opportunities for equity and private credit providers. This ensures that the taxpayer alone is not on the hook for defending our entire national security. Just today, I spoke to another member who wanted to invest another $100 billion into the private initiatives to help protect our country. Additionally, we need to harness the best who are out there, including those at the Defense Innovation Unit, through putting forward a joint reserve detachment to bring in our technological partners, as well as our partnership with Taiwan, an amendment to ensure that we extend that innovation to where it can do best. Together, we're working on amendments to include blockchain for clarity, artificial intelligence plan for our defense industrial base, and integrated air defenses for U.S. CENTCOM. As someone who has served as well as our 2,000 members from the Iowa National Guard, they demand this level of support, not only in their pay, but in their protection. With that, I yield my time.
The gentleman's time has concluded. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the en bloc package, which includes my bipartisan amendment that would require the Department of Defense to develop a comprehensive strategy for emerging biotechnologies. Biotechnology can transform defense capabilities, including producing food, fuel, and medicine on the battlefield, enhancing surveillance and stealth, and reducing supply chain vulnerabilities while increasing operational flexibility. Our adversaries, particularly the Chinese Communist Party, are investing heavily in this field, and it's critical that we act and that we act now. This amendment directs the department to develop a strategy to expand biomanufacturing and to update military specifications, to leverage market commitments, to integrate biotech into planning and exercises, to pursue research, grand challenges, and to build regulatory and digital infrastructure, and lastly, to strengthen our NATO coordination as well. I thank my fellow leaders of the House Biotech Caucus, Representatives Khanna, Sessions, and Billericus, for their partnership on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the en bloc package. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Washington.
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Alabama, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support my amendment to direct the Department of Defense to begin evaluating pulse laser capabilities and to brief Congress within 90 days on its feasibility against drone swarms in the near term and missile threats in the medium term. Drone swarms and hypersonic weapons are advancing rapidly, overwhelming traditional defenses. Kinetic interceptors are costly, and continuous wave lasers require long engagement times. Pulse lasers offer an opportunity and a breakthrough, delivering multi-gigawatt bursts that can neutralize drones instantly and engage multiple targets rapidly, making defense more affordable and scalable. Pulse lasers have advanced rapidly in recent years, building on the same industrial and scientific foundation as existing directed energy systems, but with greater efficiency and lethality. The purpose of this amendment is not to deploy this technology immediately, but to ensure Department of Defense has a pathway to mature.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman
I'll yield extra 30 seconds.
is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. To integrate this promising technology, pulse lasers are complementary to existing missile defense programs. Kinetic systems remain essential for some threats, but magazine depth and cost limit them. Pulse lasers provide a scalable, low-cost layer and extends the effectiveness of the entire air and missile defense portfolio. My amendment directs the U.S. Secretary of Defense to stay ahead of the adversaries and modernize our layered defenses and assess our potential pulse layer capabilities. I greatly appreciate the inclusion of my amendment in the en bloc. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to represent a district with among the highest proportion of active duty service members and veterans in the United States. Men and women who put their lives on the line every day and embody New Mexico's tradition of service and sacrifice, because service is a part of who we are. As written, there is so much important bipartisan work in this bill. It puts our soldiers and their families first. It delivers 3.8% pay raise across the board, increases food allowances, strengthens education for military kids, expands access to dental care under TRICOR, and invests in modernizing our military to keep America safe. And it includes report language, which I am so grateful on a bipartisan basis that the committee worked with us to help clean up unexploded ordnance on tribal lands in New Mexico. This is the best of what America has to offer, true bipartisan work. And so that is why I say to my colleagues across the aisle, please don't blow up this bill. Our troops need this bill. Don't add poison pill riders that undermine our national security, that weaken our military and make our nation less safe just to appease a small fraction of your base. We know that there are culture amendments that are teed up for later today that undermine support for Ukraine, that undermine environmental protections, and yes, which undermine the readiness of our force by continuing to attack both women and LGBTQ+ service members. That is the worst of our country. So I ask my colleagues across the aisle, do what is right for our military, for our country, and for our national security, and preserve the base bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama.
Reserves.
He reserves. The gentleman from Washington. What's your pleasure?
I yield myself the balance of our time. I have no further speakers. Urge support for the en bloc amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bipartisan en bloc package is comprised of amendments worked in advance with the ranking member. I thank the members for their contributions to the NDAA and the commitment to national security. I urge members to support the en bloc package, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman has yielded back. The question is now on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendments number 7, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, my amendment, similar to a previous amendment that I offered to the FAA reauthorization, which passed the House in July of 2023, requires the Secretary of Defense or his designee to certify that offshore wind turbine projects in the North Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic planning areas will, quote, not weaken, degrade, interfere with, or nullify the performance and capabilities of radar relied upon by commercial aviation, military aviation, space launch vehicles, or other commercial space entities. Mr. Speaker, many of us are deeply concerned over the safety, efficacy, and likely detrimental environmental impact of embedding ocean wind turbines, each the size of the Chrysler Building in New York City, that's how big they are, off our coast. This amendment is not that. It focuses exclusively on the serious, well-founded concerns that offshore wind turbines will interfere with radar capabilities and, as a consequence, create a dangerous and potentially catastrophic impact on both military and commercial aviation activities. As far back as 2016, Mr. Speaker, the Federal Interagency Turbine Interference Mitigation Strategy stated, and I quote in part, wind development located within the line of sight of radar systems can cause clutter and interference, which at some raters has resulted in significant performance degradation. The probability of wind development to present conflicts with radar missions related to air traffic control, weather forecasting, homeland security, and national defense is likely to increase, close quote. So many years later, where's the mitigation? I've asked that question repeatedly, nowhere to be found. As a matter of fact, a 2022 comprehensive study on offshore wind development by the National Academy of Sciences found wind turbine generation mitigation techniques have not been substantially investigated, implemented, matured, or deployed. It's not there. It's a hope, a wish, but it's not there. And that puts people in airplanes, people in aviation, military and civilian, at grave risk. I reserve the balance of my time.
From New Jersey reserves?
Yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, representing the state of Connecticut, which today is a site in southern New England of an offshore wind energy project that is 9 years into the process, 80% complete, with offshore wind turbines already installed, 45 out of 65 turbines that are in the ground, and have gone through exhaustive permitting, including the Department of Defense, in terms of making sure that this project will proceed safely and securely and in an area where we have the largest military installation in New England with the New London submarine base, Coast Guard presence that are there, there is no question that this issue of radar interferences was exhaustively investigated with the Federal Aviation Committee, the Air Force, and NORAD. All of them were brought into the permitting process. Mr. Speaker, I have a letter dated December 2024, which states clearly that the Department of Defense has found that construction of the Revolution Wind project would not have adverse impacts on DoD missions in the air. I'd ask that it be admitted into record.
The request is covered under general leave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is documentary proof that the concern that's being raised with this amendment is something that is already part of the permitting process. The Bureau of Energy Ocean Management signed off on the project. And again, we're about $4 billion into the project. The Trump administration on August 22nd put out a halt work order, citing national security concerns, not a single bit of detail. We have union jobs, laborers, operating engineers, longshoremen that are now totally in limbo in terms of whether or not the good work that they've been doing in compliance with a federal permit and that a project that's been paid for is going to be suspended by issues that don't exist in terms of the process. This issue is covered, and having this amendment passed would add an additional layer of delay on this project. Time is the enemy in terms of these working family jobs having their security at a time when our labor market is eroding, and also will bring lower energy costs to southern New England. I reserve my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have?
2.5 minutes for the gentleman from New Jersey.
I appreciate that. Let me just point out to my colleagues that GAO looked at this at our request and found again that wind turbines reduce the performance of radar systems used for defense and maritime navigation and safety in several ways, and then they enumerated them. There have been a number of other studies that have suggested that this is a problem. Now, what does this amendment do? It says that there needs to be the due diligence that was lacking. I asked the head of BOEM, Ms. Klein, at a hearing, whether or not she had looked at this problem of the military and radar being disrupted. She didn't have a clue. It's in a record, open record that was held by the committee. And I was shocked at it, frankly, but she didn't have any idea. Her staff, we asked, get back to us. They never did. So why don't you want to have the due diligence that comes with a certification by the Secretary of Defense or his designee that this is a problem? Other countries, Mr. Speaker, like Sweden and others, they have delayed or ended their offshore wind because of fears of radar intervention. Sweden just recently did it. I yield to my friend from Maryland.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey for bringing this topic up. The fact of the matter is that the permitting process was abbreviated for offshore wind because we have this fascination that we have to bring this very expensive type of energy production somehow to the United States, and the gentleman from New Jersey brings up the point. The fact of the matter is, and Mr. Speaker, these new windmills that they propose off my district are twice as high as the ones that they have initially proposed. They have never been placed in the maritime environment, so we have no idea what the effect is on the undersea effect. And in my district, this is the closest point to Washington, D.C. off the coast. Now, time is not our enemy. Russia and China are our enemies. They have submarines. Russia has submarines that could come close to our coast, launch a weapon, and not be detected because we don't know what the effect is of these windmills. And the gentleman brings it up. Sweden canceled 12 of 13 offshore projects on their side toward Russia because it would delay detection by 1 minute. From 1 minute, it would go to 2 minutes, the time needed to detect a missile because of that interference. Now, we stand here closest to the shore. We absolutely should make certain that these windmills are not going to affect our safety standing right here in the Capitol. I yield back.
Gentleman, time has expired. The gentleman from Connecticut, you are recognized.
And FAA examined this issue. It was raised about radars. There was a software upgrade that all parties agreed upon would mitigate and solve this problem, and that's why they issued the order permitting this project. I yield 1 minute to my good friend from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank my friend from Connecticut. The gentleman from New Jersey is asking for a review that has already been done. The Department of Defense, in no uncertain terms, stated in this December 2024 letter just 10 months ago that the Revolution Wind project would not have adverse impacts on DoD missions in the area. The Air Force, NORAD, the Navy, all participated in the review of Revolution Wind. And in fact, if you read the Boehm Record of Decision, if you actually read the Record of Decision, there's a whole section on radar where it talks about how that has been addressed, the situation has been taken care of, and the Department of Defense has signed off on it. What this is really about is the larger war on clean energy that this side of the aisle is waging, that has led to hundreds of people in my district being put off the job site, a project that is 80% complete, is dormant right now, while my constituents are desperate for lower energy prices. And you want to talk about national defense? This amendment would hurt our national defense. Why? Because if we want to achieve American energy independence and not be dependent on other parts of the world, we should be opening the door to affordable clean energy,
The gentleman's
not
time has
fighting with
expired.
one hand behind our back. I yield back.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized. Gentleman, gentleman has the only time remaining, and that time is 1¼ minutes.
Okay, I'm going to give Mr. Carbajal 45 seconds.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. For over 20 years, the Federal Administration, Aviation Administration, and the Department of Defense have successfully evaluated land-based wind facilities and ensured they do not interfere with military or FAA operations. There is absolutely no reason to think that their evaluations of offshore wind facilities will be any less rigorous. This amendment will require the Department of Transportation's Inspector General to submit a study on the effects of offshore wind on commercial and military technical abilities such as radar, sonar, and navigation. However, these issues are already fully considered by experts at the Department of Defense, FAA, Coast Guard, and Bureau of Ocean Energy Management during the existing permitting process.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I urge everyone to vote against this amendment.
The gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I will yield the balance of my time to Mr. Amo from Rhode Island.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my friend from Connecticut. Look, Donald Trump is breaking promises left and right to American workers. His latest target is Revolution Wind. His stop work order is abusing the definition of national security and hurting hundreds of union workers in my home state of Rhode Island ready to finish this project that is 80% complete. We already have a permitting process that works. This amendment perpetuates a false narrative that leaves thousands of family-sustaining union jobs at risk.
The gentleman's time has expired. All time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor, please signify by saying yay. Opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to, there is a request for a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
In order to consider amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Petronas of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Petronas, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, on behalf of myself and Representative Moore of Alabama, I encourage all my colleagues to vote in strong support of my amendment, which eliminates the general ban on purchasing conventionally powered vehicles and repeals the statutory preference for EVs and non-hybrid tactical vehicles within the Department of War. I am grateful to Chairman Rogers for his leadership in this act. I also want to thank Congressman Moore for supporting this good amendment. How in the world can the most powerful military in the whole world live up to that reputation while driving a bunch of weak EVs that require charging? My amendment builds on President Trump's executive order that we must put the mission and core of what we do forward. Under the Biden administration, the Air Force previously had planned for acquisition of all light-duty non-tactical vehicles to be electric by 2027, Mr. Chair. Now, what they forgot is in many of the defense facilities in my district and also across the globe that they are near salt water. We have all seen the horrible fires that occur when salt water and batteries mix. It is horrific runaway fires. In the Joe Biden Department of Defense, I can only imagine a scenario where a natural disaster causes critical installations, just like in my district, to be stuck with a large fleet of vehicles both burning and inoperable. Congress cannot allow this to happen to our troops. Beyond the expense and the sudden increase of electric vehicles, this would bring further excessive spending on chargers, such as which would repeal this costly, unwise policy. My amendment does just that. It eliminates the ban on purchasing convention-powered vehicles, non-tactical vehicles, which would start in 2035. It also removes the statutory preference for electric and hybrid non-tactical vehicles. Congress must give the Department of War the proper authorities to protect this great country that we call home. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment that builds upon both what the President's executive order does and Secretary Hegseth's charge to restore the Department of War to greatness. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman for what purpose? Is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the current law that this amendment addresses doesn't hinder our readiness at all, nor does it raise costs. It is not costly. It's not a general ban on the internal combustion engine. Mr. Chairman, I believe I may be the only certified internal combustion engine mechanic in the U.S. Congress right now, although my certification has long since run out. I love internal combustion engines, but they do run out of fuel. They need fuel just as electric vehicles need electricity. The current law allows for a preference for leasing or procuring electric, hybrid, biofuel-capable, or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles when reasonably compared on cost to an internal combustion engine. The current law does not mandate buying a non-ICE vehicle. It just establishes a preference when all else is equal. And also, Mr. Chairman, has many exemptions that prevent impacts to readiness and makes this a non-problematic, common-sense provision. These include tactical vehicles that are entirely excluded from this preference policy. The policy can only be put in place if the alternative fuel vehicle fully meets the needs of the Department of Defense. The alternative fuel vehicle must be commercially available at a cost, including both purchase or leasing price and operating costs, that is comparable to traditional internal combustion engine motor vehicles, and there is an exemption if the purchase or lease of such a vehicle is, to quote directly from the law, impracticable under the circumstances. In addition to these numerous exemptions, there's also a waiver provision with no certification or reporting requirement, making it very straightforward to get a waiver if an electric vehicle or alternative fuel vehicle is not the right fit. The preference policy is not restrictive, it's not overly burdensome in any sense. It's just truly a preference if all other conditions are equal. But in addition to eliminating the preference itself, it's pretty interesting to see that there are 2 other provisions in this amendment that both eliminate even the consideration of non-internal combustion engine vehicles, even the consideration, and other alternative energy initiatives in the Department of Energy's energy performance goals or when setting energy plans for installations. It's hard to look at that language and consider this amendment with a straight face. I'd be curious to know if the sponsor talked to the agricultural community. I'm sure they would have concerns about the attacks on biodiesel and on ethanol. The attack is actively harmful and it sets us backward, especially when newer fuels and technologies have struck strong potential for energy efficiency, resiliency, and cost-saving gains. The EV business is just getting better and better every single day. In an environment where our bases need resilience more than ever, it makes no sense to remove the consideration of practices that can make energy performance goals or plans more efficient and help the department and installations meet their targets. Mr. Chairman, I urge opposition to the harmful amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The good gentleman might be the only mechanic in the chamber, but I'm the only one who's the state fire marshal who saw firsthand how our lithium-ion battery-powered vehicles are not ready for prime time. If you look at what happened when Hurricane Ian devastated Southwest Florida, over 25 runaway fires because of EVs that had gotten flooded with salt water. heavy metals, bridge the batteries, short them out. You can do nothing but park them and watch them burn. These devices, I bet they are fantastic technology. They are not battle tested for our men and women, especially when they're putting themselves in harm's way. And a lot of times, the encroachment of those areas they may be dealing with are going to be in saltwater venues. Any type of flooding and EVs do not work. In the middle of America, have them all you want. But along our coastal regions where our military has to count on reliable vehicles, combustible engines are the only thing that are battle tested that can do the job. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, that would make sense why there's a preference, so they could do different if they're near salt water versus being, say, in Dayton, Ohio. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of our time to my good friend, the Congressman from California, Mr. Garamendi. Yield, please.
Very good. 1 3/4 minutes.
Thank you.
1 minute, 45 seconds.
Got it. Mr. Chairman, I was curious what this day is all about, and I was curious about these amendments. Isn't it interesting to ponder these two amendments? The one we just had about offshore wind and the administration's termination of a project that's 80% complete, an environmental project. And here we are with the other side of it, that is where that energy might wind up, and that is in an electric vehicle, non-tactical, to be sure, although there are places for tactical vehicles. At the same time, I think what we have here, I finally figured it out. Why we want to rename the Department of Defense the Department of War. It is the war on the environment. Perhaps that's what this is all about for my Republican colleagues, the war on the environment. No, 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 we shall not have wind turbines that actually are efficient, effective, and competitively in providing electrical energy. And oh my goodness, we certainly shouldn't buy any vehicle that might be electric, because we want drill, baby, drill, and oil and coal and all of that nasty stuff to pollute the environment. It is the war on the environment that we're engaged here. My colleague from Virginia laid out what this bill is all about, and apparently my colleague from Florida didn't bother to read the bill. There is total authority within the department not to buy vehicles that might be damaged by a hurricane. And by the way, why did you ever allow the rebuilding of an air base where we know the next, or maybe the next 10 hurricanes might once again flood it? Oh, my. The Department of War on the Environment. Is that what this is all about? I certainly hope not. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, my colleagues are not familiar with Northwest Florida and what we call the Gulf of America range. This is a place where we train our best and brightest that are defending our country around the globe. Unfortunately, in order to have access to a range like that, you're going to have installations that are going to be on the Gulf of America as they train. But as you have anywhere along the United States, coastal cities are going to exist. They're not going away. And unfortunately, electric and hybrid vehicles and salt water do not mix. Now, I understand their point they want to make about tactical vehicles, but they're not seeing the big picture. These particular vehicles cannot sustain any type of saltwater flooding. They create a thermal runaway. Unfortunately, they may not have experienced what a thermal runaway is where they live, but these are catastrophic events that ultimately affect not just that vehicle, but everyone around that vehicle, and it ties up precious resources, babysitting a fire that does not need to exist in the first place if we ensure that these vehicles are never part of the military missions of the United States of America and the Department of War. I reserve my time.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255, For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendment number 10 as a designee of Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Alabama and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Civilian Marksmanship Program, also known as the CMP, was created in 1903 by President Theodore Roosevelt, who felt too many Americans were at best mediocre marksmen. President Roosevelt ordered the Army to work with gun clubs and other civilian groups to improve the country's national defense by teaching marksmanship. In 1996, Congress established the CMP as a federally chartered 501c3 corporation that places its highest priority on serving youth through gun safety and marksmanship activities that encourage personal growth and build life skills. These member organizations range from the Army's Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, 4-H clubs, Boy Scout groups, summer youth camps, and gun clubs. This amendment would allocate additional surplus military weapons from the Department of the Navy and the Department of the Air Force to the CMP to further their mission of educating youth on the importance of gun safety and marksmanship activities. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
You recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to this amendment, which will put American lives at risk. The gentleman from the other side of the aisle made a point to talk about the civilian marksmanship program and what it was intended to do and what it is intended to do. This amendment would make our country more dangerous by adding another responsibility and priority to the program, to not just train people, but to essentially become an arms dealer, putting more weapons on the streets of this country. It'll increase the number of military firearms that'll be put into circulation by the civilian marksmanship program. It'll increase the types of firearms that can be put into circulation by the CMP, and it'll transform an entity that's existed for a century, intended to focus on gun safety and education, into an arms dealer. Since 1996, purchasing a firearm from the civilian marksmanship program has required a person to certify that they are purchasing a gun only for their personal use. Just like purchasing a gun from any federally licensed gun dealer, it is illegal to buy a handgun intending to sell it to somebody else. This amendment would change that. It would allow military guns to be bought and then immediately resold. We aren't just talking about World War II rifles or pistols, such as the CMP has sold for about 100 years, like it currently is. This amendment will allow modern military and government shotguns and some rifles, too, to be sold. To save lives, Democrats have now twice passed the bill that would expand background checks on every gun sale, and here my Republican colleagues are wanting to make it even easier to dodge the rules that we do have. Recirculating retired service weapons already has inherent risk. More than 52,000 retired law enforcement firearms that have been resold to the public have been found at crime scenes between 2006 and 2022. 52,000 resold guns. Now they want to make the number even more. We have more guns than people in this country. We have a gun violence problem in this country. The solution is in the federal government putting more guns on the streets of this country. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The Alabama is recognized.
Not reserved.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
You know, the interesting thing is the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Pfluger, in his home state of Texas, there were 22 mass shootings in just the 4 first months of this year. You know, I'm confused on where this amendment's coming from. Why do we need to task the CMP with selling more guns with less restrictions in a country where we have a gun violence problem? It's interesting. It was one thing when the guns in question were relics of World War II and World War I, but this amendment takes it several steps further, increases the potential number of weapons being transferred, expands the type of weapons to include modern .45 caliber pistols and shotguns, and it adds sources to every federal department and agency so they can offload their firearms to secondary market, including folks like the FBI or ICE. But we got to dig deeper here because the CMP is a nonprofit, and this new rule for the CMP, where they would sell massive amounts of firearms, is actually going to help gun manufacturers make mountain loads of money by putting more guns into circulation. It's interesting. I looked it up. On a list of the 22 major sponsors of the CMP, 6 are gun manufacturers, companies like Colt, Glock, and Springfield, and then 7 make gun accessories, and they produce ammunition. That means that the gun manufacturers funding the CMP stand to benefit from the CMP selling even more weapons and having less restrictions. It's the same old on every issue. Finding loopholes for corporations to make more money when we have kids dying on the streets due to gun violence. The research shows that more guns lead to more violence. Most Republicans, most Democrats, and my favorite one, most NRA members are for common sense gun reform like universal background checks. Instead of wasting time on figuring out ways to make quasi-federal agencies sell more guns on the streets, why don't we partner on that? I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
How much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
Well, look, I'll take the 1 minute to say this. This is one of many amendments I've come to debate this Congress where it seems like it was just written by the gun industry and the gun manufacturers. And it's disappointing because when gun violence happens, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. Bullets don't care who you voted for. It impacts every single one of us in all of our districts. And I'm a member of Gen Z, but I call my generation the mass shooting generation because when I visit the schools in my district, they tell me that they go through more school shooter drills than fire drills. In fact, we just had a shooting at Florida State University where a student used a retired service weapon to go into the school and kill people. This is not what we need to be doing at this time. You can argue, on the merits of the CMP and the work they do on gun safety, but adding another priority where they can sell more guns with less restrictions in our country, where we have this problem where we lose over 100 lives a day due to gun violence, is disgraceful. And my hope is that everyone will vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman is conflating gun violence statistics at large with the civilian marksmanship program, and they are not the same thing. The civilian marksmanship program is selling basically antique weapons, surplus weapons from the various services, to collectors who buy them as collectors, and the proceeds go into a trust fund that then funds the gun safety and marksmanship training that I talked about earlier. It is a very worthwhile program. I urge its support, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report 119255. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on the amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise in support of Amendment 495. It modifies the federal statutes 50 U.S.C. 797 and 18 U.S.C. 1382. This amendment will modify 2 federal statutes to make it easier for the Department of War to prosecute violators of the national defense areas. responding to President's declaration of national emergency on the southern border and executive order directing the military to seal the United States southern border and maintain territorial integrity and security of the United States, the Department of War has established several national defense areas, NDAs, which have allowed it to better control large swaths of borders using military personnel and resources. These NDAs are now considered military installations. Unlawful entry or trespass in these NDAs are also managed similarly to trespass on traditional military installations, with prosecutions handled by United States attorneys' offices. U.S. attorneys in New Mexico and Texas have processed thousands of cases since the national defense areas were first established with charges under 2 statutes at issue. Although there are many successes, they have also faced some challenges in court, with one irresponsible judge tossing out 100 cases at foolishly over concerns that illegal aliens, trespassers, did not have sufficient knowledge that they were on a military installation based on the knowledge requirement of the current statutes. Very bizarre for criminal illegal aliens, whether they actually knew they were on military installations or not. And it's also bizarre that they knew they were crossing the border, and so they shouldn't have to check title as they cross the border as to who owns the property. The amendment would clarify that there are general intent crimes. For example, the defendant intended to do an act prohibited by law. These amendments would also clarify NDAs are considered Department of War real property for the purposes of the charges based on how they are administered. They also enhance the penalties for violations to help ensure illegal aliens prosecuted for these crimes are not immediately released, and any additional attempts at unlawful entry after removal will be punished accordingly. In addition to the positive deterrence aspects of the Department of War personnel at the border, effective prosecution of individuals apprehended will have a complementary impact for deterring future crosses, both for repeat and first-time offenders. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserve.
Joe, reserve.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Joe, reserve.
I reserve.
Gentleman
Reserve my time.
reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman asks for 5 minutes.
I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. This is actually a very, very dangerous amendment. And I want people to understand what it does. It sort of, broadly speaking, does 2 things. One, just for any sort of entry onto a defense property, let me make sure I'm getting the language exactly right here. It makes unlawful entry onto a defense installation a crime regardless of intent. And defense installation covers a wide range of areas. So now, even if you don't have any sort of criminal intent, if you are on a set of property and they determine that you weren't basically allowed on there, they make that a crime. But the far worse part of this refers to, it makes it a felony to enter a national defense area. And national defense areas are enormous. One of the things that the Trump administration has done is they have designated wide swaths of our southern border a national defense area. We're talking thousands of miles here. If you go onto that area without permission, you are committing a felony, and you are guilty of a felony. Now, the gentleman has focused on immigrants coming across the border without documentation. But across that border, there's a whole lot of people who go out and ride ATVs or they go hunting or whatever. There is no way on earth you're going to be able to know all of this land that just suddenly in the last several months became a national defense area. So we are going to place people at risk of committing felonies for where they walk across land. This is a horrible idea. Please, Republicans, Democrats, whoever, you should not want to criminalize the behavior of people in the United States to this degree. It is a very, very problematic idea that is going to place many, many people at jeopardy of being charged with a felony, and felonies are very, very serious. So we should not be doing this. There's a better way to deal with this area. I urge opposition to the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, General Jack Bergman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for yielding and urge strong support for this amendment to increase penalties for unauthorized access to DoD facilities. In 2023, 5 Chinese nationals were caught in my district at Camp Grayling, Michigan, photographing military vehicles during Allied exercises and attempting to conceal the evidence that they did take those photographs. This was not innocent trespassing. It was a deliberate act threatening service member safety and national security. This was also not an isolated incident. Chinese nationals have also been caught near U.S. military installations in California and South Korea in recent years. Current law lacks deterrence. State trespass laws aren't sufficient for protecting federal military sites. The amendment creates clear federal authority and escalating penalties to counter repeated or hostile intrusions. A slap on the wrist is not enough when foreign actors surveil U.S. military bases. Protecting our installations equals protecting readiness, our troops, and national security. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense measure to send a clear message. Trespassing on U.S. military property will not be tolerated. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve my time.
How much time do you have? The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Unauthorized entry on a military defense installation, property, or national defense area is already illegal under federal law, and there is no need to make it a felony. This is something that actually happens all the time in San Diego because our military bases are literally right in the middle of neighborhoods, and to be honest, there's not great signage. In fact, many military bases don't have obvious or well-marked perimeters, especially in rural or desert areas. This provision would apply to DoD properties such as military housing, areas and ranges that don't have a traditional gate and often are not completely fenced off. This means that someone who is hiking or off-road driving in the vicinity of range property could find themselves in violation. On top of that, since President Trump approved the land transfer to DoD, most of the southern border is now considered an installation, making it even harder to distinguish if you're on a military base or not. We shouldn't punish people who accidentally make a wrong turn, tourists who get lost, or anyone who follows bad GPS directions with a felony charge that can result in prison time, a loss of voting rights, and barriers to employment, housing, and education. And making it a general intent crime means that it would apply to anyone who entered a base without requiring a prosecutor to prove an actual intent to commit a crime or do harm. Law enforcement and the military already have sufficient tools to deter and respond to intrusions without felony charges, and this isn't a proportionate punishment, especially if no one is harmed. I urge my colleagues to reject this short-sighted amendment that will hurt my constituents who so proudly support our military community in San Diego. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, it's so clear. One of the greatest achievements of President Donald Trump has been to secure our border. 5 years ago, I went to the border. I was at Del Rio, and I asked the border security how many people on the terrorist watch list had crossed. And they said, Congressman, we're not allowed by this administration to tell you that. You're not supposed to know. The American people are not supposed to know how many terrorists have come into the United States. The good news is that with the leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers and others, we had hearings, were able to identify several hundred terrorists came across. Only one terrorist, highly skilled, could conduct mass murder in our country. So it's so important that we maintain our border. President Donald Trump is doing that. We need to reinforce this and send a message to people around the world that they just can't pick and choose coming into America to threaten American families. And with that, I yield back and urge adoption of the amendment.
Back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
May I ask how much time is left on both sides?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining. And the gentleman from South Carolina has no time remaining.
Okay. All of those things that have been said are already illegal and already taken care of. The Chinese who were doing espionage, as the gentleman said, they were caught. Espionage, unsurprisingly, is a crime. There was no need to enhance the criminal procedures. People coming across the border with an intent to commit terrorist acts, also a crime, all right? That's taken care of. What this is doing is it is criminalizing a wide range of behavior that has nothing to do with that. So please, let's be able to have two thoughts in our head at one time. Terrorism, espionage, crimes already dealt with, but now you are saying that if you enter onto any military installation or any defense area, which again, thousands of miles across our southern border, nobody is going to know whether or not they're walking onto this territory. No way on God's green earth they're going to know. And if they do, under this bill, they will now be guilty of a felony. Now, if their plan was to commit a terrorist act or engage in espionage, they're going to be criminals anyway. We are now going to do this to your average American citizen just walking across territory.
Time has expired.
Very bad idea. I urge a no vote.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Chairman, pursuant to HRS 682, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, and 138, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
The gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise today in strong support of this package because it includes several of my priorities that will directly help out troops, will strengthen our national defense, and support American jobs. One of those is my Made in America Defense Act, which ensures more of our military equipment is made right here at home, not overseas. That means more jobs for American workers and stronger partnerships with our allies. This package also includes my efforts to improve our cyber defense and strengthen our military's readiness, so our service members are better equipped, they're better supported, and always prepared to meet the mission. These are common sense steps that put our troops first and make our country stronger. I'm proud to deliver results to South Carolina's 3rd District, where we honor our veterans, support our military, and believe in peace through strength. I urge adoption of this en bloc and yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the U.S. Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
The gentlewoman from the U.S. Virgin Islands is recognized.
Thank you.
I rise today in support of this en banc, as well as in support of my amendment, which is within there, to the National Defense Authorization Act. Presently, the Caribbean region and Latin America face evolving security challenges, from transnational criminal gangs to threats from nation states. St. Croix's Henry Rolson Airport sits at a critical geographic crossroads, perfectly positioned to enhance the United States regional defense posture and emergency response capabilities. This amendment requires the Department of Defense to assess Rolson Airport's readiness for Air Force operations and provide recommendations for infrastructure improvements. The study will identify how the airport can support regional security missions, emergency actions, and Southcom regional priorities. Already, C-130s, C-17s, Falcons, Super Hercules, as well as the Hurricane Hunters are on the island of St. Croix. With one of the largest airstrips in the Caribbean, near one of the deepest ports, which is just several miles from the airport, and an oil storage and oil refinery, we are positioned to be able to do something very important in the Caribbean. When hurricanes devastate the Caribbean, security threats emerge or humanitarian crises unfold, an enhanced airfield on the island of St. Croix enables faster response times and more effective operations. We are the most easterly point in the United States, 1,000 miles from Miami and approximately 500 miles from Venezuela. This is a smart defense policy that protects American interests. I urge my colleagues to support this vital amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose?
I reserve.
Does the gentleman from Washington reserves? For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendments 390, 737, and 745, which would deliver vital resources to the military installations of California's 20th Congressional District, their personnel, and surrounding communities. These critical provisions would ensure our service members and their civilian counterparts have the resources they need for success. Specifically, my amendments will improve healthcare access for Navy personnel at Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake, strengthen the readiness of the Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division, and the Air Force Test Center, including Edwards Air Force Base. At China Lake, the local community hospital, which serves both the Ridgewest community and base personnel, is facing significant challenges. My first amendment would direct the Department of Defense to assess the healthcare resources available to our Navy personnel at the base and provide recommendations to improve them. My second amendment focuses on strengthening the largest component of China Lake, the Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division. It would direct the Secretary of the Navy to review the challenges NOCWD is facing and report back to Congress on how they're working to address them. And my third amendment supports Edwards Air Force Base by extending an existing provision for several more years, helping to further strengthen the base's vital mission. With new technology like the B-21, our nation's newest bomber, it's critical Edwards Air Force Base has the tools to test these modern technologies so they can be utilized by our warfighters. I am proud of the incredible men and women, both civilian and military, who provide our military with the best technology to keep our nation safe. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments, which would ensure China Lake and Edwards Air Force Base have the resources they need to continue their critical work of research, development, testing, and evaluation of our latest military technology. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Are you prepared to close?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I reserve. The gentleman from Washington is going to close, and then I'll close.
Yeah.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of our time. Just say I support the en bloc amendment, and I urge passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, do support the en bloc package comprised of amendments worked in advance with the ranking member. I thank the members for their contributions to the NDAA and commitment to national security. I urge members to support the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Chair, pursuant to H-Res 682, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, and 188, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This bipartisan en bloc package is comprised of amendments worked in advance with the ranking member. I thank the members for their contributions to the NDAA and commitment to national security. I urge members to support the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I urge adoption of the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Chair, pursuant to H-Res 682, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 4, consisting of amendments numbered 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, and 252, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Madam Chair, at this time I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I rise today to urge support of 3 amendments to the NDAA that the House will be considering today. The first amendment directs Department of Defense to identify and address barriers to tribal participation in the Defense Community Infrastructure Program, also known as DCIP. In Washington's 6th, that means working with tribes like the Jamestown S'Klallam, Lower Elwha Klallam, Port Gamble S'Klallam, Skokomish, and Squamish, whose communities are near naval installations. By including tribal voices and needs in this critical program, we can ensure that tribal infrastructure priorities such as clean water, transportation, and broadband support both our installations and the quality of life of our service members. My second amendment directs DoD to implement GAO's October 2024 recommendations on military housing. In Washington 6th, we know housing shortages and rising costs force long commutes for sailors, their families, and the local federal civilian workforce. Safe, affordable housing is not a perk. It's a prerequisite for military readiness, retention, and strong communities across Kitsap and the Olympic peninsulas. Finally, my third amendment adds language supporting robust funding for DSIP. The program is oversubscribed every year, leaving worthy projects in Bremerton and across the Olympic Peninsula and the country unfunded. Robust investment will allow us to deliver shovel-ready projects that improve quality of life, readiness, family stability, and resilience. Together, these amendments strengthen fairness, housing, and infrastructure for service members, their families, and defense communities in Washington's 6th Congressional District. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and to not include any poison pill amendments that would jeopardize these bipartisan priorities. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bipartisan en bloc package comprised of amendments worked in advance with the ranking member. I thank the members for their contributions to the NDAA and commitment to national security. I urge members to support the package, and I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I support the en bloc package, and I urge passage. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. The gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Madam Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 3838 and has come to no resolution thereon.
Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity, as always, to be here in the House chamber and try to be a voice for the people across this country. The people that I represent, of course, as does the Speaker and my colleagues. We each represent 750,000 people, give or take. But we also try to be a voice for everybody. We try to be a voice for the people who don't have a voice. And the people that I represent and the people across this country that I talk to are sick and tired. They're sick and tired of being put in danger because radical progressive Democrats, radical progressive politicians, radical progressive judges, radical progressive district attorneys, radical progressive NGOs, George Soros, the people funding all these entities, are pushing criminals onto the streets of our country and causing harm to Americans. Americans who have been here for generations, or Americans who came here seeking refuge from, for example, Ukraine. How many of my colleagues come to the floor of the House wearing a blue and yellow ribbon or a blue and yellow pin? And they wear it for show. And they wear it to pat themselves on the back. And they wear it to seem like they're the ones with a heart, when other people question whether we should fund endless war. But they wear it to say that they care. But where were they when Irna Zarutska was being brutally stabbed in public transit in North Carolina? Where is the media who were outraged when Daniel Penny, a Marine, stopped a violent offender on a New York subway and then was the one being charged and prosecuted for a crime? Would that Irna Zarutska have had Daniel Penny sitting next to her so that she wouldn't lose her life as a refugee from Ukraine, coming to supposedly the freest and strongest and greatest country on earth, just to be brutally murdered because feel-good radical liberals with their jailbreak, let all the criminals out, open borders, take money from George Soros, DAs and judges putting these criminals on the streets, to have a guy who was a 14-time offender, 14-time offender, sitting behind this beautiful girl and just stabs her to death on a train car. Where is all the wailing and the gnashing of teeth from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle? Where are their blue and yellow ribbons today? All of the sanctimonious preaching sure is silent, because they can't bear to acknowledge that if you don't enforce the law, if you invite criminals from around the world into our country with open borders, if you let criminals on our streets with foolish policies by radical judges and district attorneys, then, as my friend from Louisiana knows, as a former law enforcement officer, our streets are no longer safe, and the American dream is no longer able to be achieved. And the freedom we're supposed to enjoy is not possible without the security you're supposed to have under the rule of law. We use a lot of big words, from the Declaration of Independence all the way through today, we talk about a lot of great words. Equal justice under the law, liberty, rights, freedom. But if you don't have the rule of law, none of it matters. The reason people come to the United States, the reason they flock to our country from around the world, is because of the rule of law. Enforcing our constitutional rights given to us by God, recognized by our founders, defended with the blood of patriots, but enforced under the law. They come here knowing they can invest their capital, build a business, and not have it taken away by the state. They know that they can walk the streets freely, or they think that they can walk the streets freely and not be assaulted. They believe that they can raise a family and grow and develop a community and live the American dream that they've seen play out. So they want to come here. But then when people with their fake ribbons and their feel-good propaganda let criminals on the streets, ignore the rule of law, and walk away from the men and women in blue, as they did in the summer of 2020 when our cities were burning and our law enforcement were being attacked, when they defund the police in Austin, Texas, as the radical city council did there, then real people suffer. Americans get hurt, and the American dream dies. The suspect that I talked about with the brutal stabbing in North Carolina, 34 years old, history of mental illness, long rap sheet, had multiple convictions, armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, more than 5 years in prison, 14 criminal cases. His own family had warned of his history with schizophrenia. His own sister said, quote, he didn't seem like himself when he was released from prison. Assaulted his sister. And now that guy's roaming the public. His release from this incident was conditioned on a written promise that he would appear for his next hearing, only for him to be charged with murdering this young woman. Why would North Carolina office holders, why would North Carolina politicians, judges, not confine or institutionalize this young man? Because a radical ideology has taken root, particularly in my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but my colleagues on this side of the aisle are not immune to the belief that you can put criminals on the street and not undermine the American dream. The so-called progressive prosecutor movement advocates for less incarceration and less policing, decarceration, pro-criminal policies that undermine public safety. On January 22nd, 2025, San Antonio Police Department officers responded to calls at a San Antonio apartment complex reporting a suicidal individual who was armed and firing his weapon. When officers arrived, the suspect, Brandon Scott Polis, fired upon the officers, striking one of them in the leg. Polis wound up barricading himself in an hours-long standoff and shot an additional 6 officers before San Antonio PD neutralized the situation. Thankfully, all 7 officers survived. But he was a 46-year-old with a history of erratic behavior He was charged with DWI and assault. And a few days before the shooting, he had been arrested for 2 charges of injury to an elderly person, 1 charge of assault family violence, causing bodily injury, and 1 charge of driving while intoxicated. The Bexar County Magistrate's Office, Bexar County is where San Antonio is, issued a protective order against Polis with instructions not to contact the family members. 3 days later, and less than 24 hours before the January 22nd shooting of 7 San Antonio cops, Polis violated his protective order by visiting a prohibited residence, threatening to kill himself and shoot at any officer. The Bexar County DA in San Antonio, led by a progressive prosecutor, has imposed criminal leniency initiatives that have not only put law-abiding Americans in danger, but also police officers too. The fact is, we are letting the inmates not just run the asylum, we're letting the inmates run our communities. And then we're inviting other countries under the Biden administration to dump their prisons out into our communities. And the radical progressives who allowed that to happen, supported it, and encouraged it, are now attacking President Trump for daring to undo the damage, to reverse the open borders, to secure them, and then try to remove the dangerous criminals that are walking the streets of the United States because of the radical progressives and their open border policies. I know my friend from Louisiana has a lifetime of service, not just as a congressman, but also in law enforcement. And I wonder if my brother from Louisiana would like to expand upon my thesis that the rule of law is the central element to a strong and prosperous United States, and that when our radical progressive friends undermine it by releasing criminals, leaving our borders open, refusing to enforce the law, handing down life sentences, that it endangers our people and undermines the very American dream that people seek to come achieve when they come to our land. I would yield to my friend from Louisiana.
From Texas, my colleague and friend, Mr. Roy. And I would prefer to not have to expound upon this topic, because what I would prefer is that my colleagues in this body on both sides of the aisle embrace the very somber responsibility of encouraging and supporting the laws of our land. And yet we find ourselves in a position as conservatives where our warnings of the past echo upon a nearly empty chamber as we discuss the horrors of the day and the crimes that have been committed upon the citizens we're sworn to serve that need not have been committed, because the culture that we have allowed, as my friend has spoken on, the culture that we have allowed to spread across our country, that we have allowed elected officials to embrace, that culture that has woven its way into the fabric of our country, that pushes back against the prevention and enforcement of law, the prevention of crime and the enforcement of law, and sells this idea that we are somehow a less compassionate nation if we do not continually release career criminals upon the street. This notion that we can somehow enforce criminal law with social vagaries. This idea that somehow if we will just be very, very nice to the criminal element, they'll just stop committing crimes upon the law abiding of our country. We have to stand against the existence of that concept, certainly in this body that is responsible for being the voice of we the people. And in cases where horrors are forced upon our innocent citizens by career criminals that should have well been institutionalized or imprisoned for many, many years, and we have a responsibility to speak out. And I would say that it is far from compassionate as a citizenry to continue to release a career criminal who maybe, and I would offer to the country, Mr. Speaker, for your consideration, maybe my fellow citizen has to realize that the best shot some of these guys that are in the game on the criminal side of this thing, the best shot they have at rehabilitation is jail. The very best shot. I've seen it again and again and again in my career. I've had criminals that I've taken off of the street that lived a life just immersed in drugs and crime and alcohol and violence. And maybe for the first time in their life, they were truly treated with the respect of man to man when I arrested them and took them off the street and walked them through the booking process and told them that they have a potential for a better life and a better day. But their path to a brighter future comes through my jail. And I advise them to take that time in that jail to reflect upon their life and the potential that they have to turn themselves around. And years later, Mr. Speaker, I've had these same guys come to me who are now free and say, thank you. Thank you for talking to me the way you did and handling me the way you did and making me realize that my path to a better life began through jail. And the fact that this horrible man should brutally stab this innocent woman that is part of the national narrative right now, the fact that we are dealing with that horror brings us to hold accountable every judge that let him go and every prosecutor that refused to force charges upon that man, every elected official and politician that stood for cashless bail, every member of our society that stood on the wrong side of this thing should take a deep look in the mirror. I say to my friend, Mr. Roy, who's a gentleman who supports the enforcement of law, is a good and compassionate man, a father and husband, determined to serve his country, and asking our fellow man, Mr. Speaker, to hear this message. Enforce existing laws. Prosecute violent criminals. Incarcerate those who are convicted and maintain that incarceration until they are reformed or their sentence is complete. We say this not just for ourselves, but for the murdered, for the lost, for the forgotten, for the unseen victims of crime across our country. I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
I assume my friend from Louisiana can stick around a little bit longer.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate my friend from Louisiana because of his long history of distinguished service, and he knows what he's talking about. And I know that the gentleman from Louisiana came to my home state of Texas when the people that I represent were ravaged by the floods that affected our community in Kerrville, Texas. The gentleman dropped what he was doing to come up and help when we were in the search and in the rescue. And I just want to say to the gentleman, as a representative of the thousands of people who came to our state to try to help at a time when our people were hurting, but also people around the nation were affected because of what happened to the camps that I'm proud to represent and that we will rebuild and that we will have going forward to have these wonderful children be able to learn the gospel and spread the gospel and become lights into the world. And I know that my friend from Louisiana would allow us to indulge a favor to our friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter, to have a 1-minute remark about something that's important to him. But I wanted to take the moment to share my prayerful solidarity with my brother from Georgia, because he had a family member, a young girl that was unfortunately lost in that terrible flood. And I bring that up because we were all affected by it, and so many loved ones that were impacted. But the faith of that community and the faith of the people in this nation and the faith of the people in Texas that have come together under the cross that stands up on that hill in Kerrville, and the people that have generously contributed now $150 million and counting that are going in to help those people, and the first responders who showed up on the scene, and the people like my friend and the former sheriff, my buddy from Louisiana, who dropped everything to come up, represents all that is good and great about this great nation, who show up to help each other when we need to. And I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia for a different topic, but I wanted to tell him how much my family's been praying for him and all the families affected, and I would yield 2 minutes to my friend.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you for your kind comments. I did have 2 granddaughters in Texas, and they're okay, but they did lose their cousin, Janie Hunt, 9 years old. What a tragedy. And thank both of you for your work during that time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Judy Jurgensen Melroy. A native of Savannah, Georgia, Miss Melroy lived a life defined by faith, service, and love for others. Her passion for learning led her to become a teacher, where she inspired countless young people and passed on her joy for education to future generations. At home, she poured her heart into raising her sons, who remember her not only for her guidance, but also for her playful spirit, often joining them in the yard. Through her devotion, each pursued the highest levels of education, a reflection of the values she instilled. Beyond her family and classroom, Miss Melroy was known throughout her community as a nurturer, always ready to offer comfort, encouragement, and care. Her faith was central to her life, and her talents as a painter and a singer brought joy to all who knew her. To her husband, Donald, to her sons, Michael, Chris, and Joel. Today we celebrate her extraordinary legacy of love, service, and light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia, and since we're talking about the rule of law, I will not regale the stories of my misspent youth at St. Patrick's Day in his fair city of Savannah, but I will say that my friend from Louisiana was talking about earlier the importance of the rule of law, and we were talking about the context of criminals being let out prematurely, not giving them the ability to actually come to a place where they can, again, interact with society. And we can talk about the mix with mind-altering drugs. We can talk about the misdiagnosis. We can talk about all of the things that we can and should do better. And I know that my friend from Louisiana, a devout Catholic, a devout believer in the healing power and the grace of our Savior, I know that he, like I, believe in the power of forgiveness and being able to work to rehabilitate, and that we're called to do that. But that is not an excuse for irresponsibly, programmatically, and politically putting individuals on the street who have no business being there. And in that same vein, I know that my friend from Louisiana is a staunch believer in a secure border, as most Americans are. And I wanted to just make a couple of points and see what the gentleman thinks. That when you look at the damage that was being done by the previous administration, not as most people think, by just ignoring the border and letting people get in, but rather encouraging and purposefully pulling people into the United States by virtue of the misapplication, misinterpretation, and straight out disregard of the law to abuse our compassionate parole and asylum policies meant and reserved for those in dire need of protection from political persecution and other areas defined in the law for special purposes. You might be granted parole to care for a sick loved one legally in the United States. You might be granted some specific purpose for that one individual because we're a compassionate nation. But our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, led by the previous president, led by the previous secretary, led by the previous vice president, purposely bastardized the law for political purposes, endangering children, raped on the journey, used this human chattel callously for political purposes, flooding our communities with criminals from other countries. And now the President of the United States, who ran on reversing that, is doing so. And President Trump, and Stephen Miller, and Tom Homan, Secretary Noem, the brave men and women of ICE, the brave men and women of Border Patrol, all of our law enforcement should be roundly commended for doing their job. And I can tell you the relief of those great men and women to have a president and a secretary that has their back and that believes in them and has allowed them to carry out their mission under the law, rather than accusing them of whipping someone they fully knew did not happen. It is a new day in America where the flow across the border is statistically zero, as it should be, compared to the millions that flowed in for the 4 years under Joe Biden. And now, the Trump administration has, to the best of my understanding, arrested some 359,000 individuals for removal in the first 7 months of this administration, of 47. 70% of whom had pending criminal charges or convictions, contrary to the allegations of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Why are our colleagues on the other side of the aisle protesting the removal of murderers, sex offenders, drug traffickers, child abusers, gun criminals, gang members, threatening our communities, killing our citizens like Jocelyn Dungare or Rachel Marin, Laken Riley? And to the other 30%, They're illegal aliens who broke our immigration laws. They literally broke our laws. And I know that the gentleman from Louisiana feels so strongly that we should back up our law enforcement community that he raised a privileged matter on the floor of the House involving one of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who has been indicted for interfering with law enforcement. And not just interfering with law enforcement, interfering with ICE. Law enforcement personnel, which she is charged with overseeing in her service on the Homeland Security Committee. I know the gentleman rightfully brought that matter before the House. We will continue to address that matter in the future. But I wonder if the gentleman could speak to the importance of this body and our leaders of this country, the 435 people in this chamber, the 100 on the other side of the building, the president and the people that report to him, the judges in the Supreme Court and through our courts throughout the country, the importance of enforcing the law, of standing alongside, not blindly, but standing alongside our law enforcement community to protect the rule of law that he so artfully described with respect to our jails and the enforcement of our laws in our communities, but also to enforce our border in concert with local law enforcement, and how important it is that we stand alongside them, that we stand up and hold ourselves accountable for doing that work and the proper oversight and the proper leadership to secure our nation. I yield my friend from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me additional time to address these issues. Our sovereign border, Mr. Speaker, to the our southern border is 1,954 miles long. I've scouted every mile by airplane and helicopter, four-wheel drive vehicle, on horseback, and on foot. I've scouted every mile. That 1,954 miles of southern border on the American side of our border, the northern side of that border, is patrolled by some of the finest law enforcement professionals that the world has ever known. And it is absolutely within the reach of those law enforcement professionals to effectively enforce our laws on American territory and American soil to the north of that 1,954-mile sovereign border. But the southern side of that sovereign border is 100% controlled by criminal cartels. So if you have an American government executive authority that determines by its policy it is not going to enforce the law with a certain vigor that is required when on the other side of your sovereign border is very well armed and funded and organized criminal cartels, then you are effectively partnering with those cartels. And when whatever criminal activity they're engaged in, which at our southern border, the criminal cartel traffic human beings and drugs into our country. So what we had in 2021, 22, 23, and 24 was the executive branch of our government, the prior president and Secretary of Homeland Security, effectively partnered with the criminal cartels to traffic in human beings and drugs into the heart of our country. So the impact that we had to bear was immeasurable. It delivered generational trauma into our country. That was a policy decision and a series of expansion of that policy over the course of 4 years that led to millions upon millions upon millions of illegals coming into our country, themselves in many cases victims of the lies that the former executive branch put forth into the pipeline, deep into South America, through Central America, through the entire cartel pipeline, to draw these illegals into our country, where they were waved in by a federal law enforcement body, transformed into a reception and processing force rather than a law enforcement professional body. And the negative impact was 100% the result of policy. Our colleagues across the aisle told us for years, Mr. Speaker, we need more money. Well, why don't Republicans give more money to the Biden administration? Well, Congress should pass more laws. And we said for those years, more laws are not required. Enforcement of existing law and the will to do so is what's required. More money is not required. If the same 1,954 miles of border, the same personnel, the same roads, the same physical barriers, the same communication systems, the same surveillance systems, within 2 weeks of the new administration, we went from 8,000 to 10,000 a day illegal crossings to almost zero, Mr. Speaker, because of a change of policy. So the guilt and the deep accountability of every injury and every dead American, every injured family, that responsibility lies with those who developed the policy that encouraged the illegal trafficking of human beings and drugs into our country. Over 200,000 Americans are now dead. They can't vote for either party. They're dead from drugs trafficked into our country in those 4 years, from fentanyl poisoning. So the members of this body and our colleagues across campus in the Senate, there's 435 of us here and 100 there, 535 children of God, Democrat or Republican, by God, are absolutely responsible for the decisions and the laws that come out of the American Congress. Article 1 gives us the authority and therefore the responsibility to be the voice of we the people. And for 4 years, that voice cried out to be heard, enforce the law, protect the citizens, restore the sovereignty of our border. And now, thank God, we have, and we have, and we have. I thank the gentleman for allowing me to address these concerns.
I thank my friend from Louisiana. I want to put a name and a face on the environment that was created by our colleagues and by the previous administration in endangering the people. We talk about say his name. Say his name. Say the name of Jimmy Friesenhan. In San Antonio, a father of a young daughter, a veteran of the Marine Corps, Jimmy fell victim to the program that my friend from Louisiana just described. On May 4th of 2025, a mere 4 months ago, he was working as a security guard at a restaurant on the west side of San Antonio. perpetrator, Wilmer Vladimir Ruiz Ortega, attempted to enter the bar, stopped by Jimmy to search for contraband. Jimmy identified a handgun, and it led to a struggle, which resulted in the suspect gaining control of it, firing it, and striking Jimmy at least once. Jimmy medically died on the scene but was revived. It struck him in the neck, leaving him with a spinal injury, along with a ruptured esophagus and vocal cords. He was in the ICU at San Antonio Military Medical Center with life-threatening injuries for months. Doctors say he will never fully recover. The suspect is a 29-year-old illegal alien who entered the United States as a getaway. He was arrested in San Antonio and charged with DWI in 2020. He was let go on a personal recognizance bond, but failed to show up. The Bexar County DA downgraded the DWI. He pleaded guilty to obstructing a passageway, but violated the probation, got arrested again, was let go after posting $1,500 bond, failed to show up. He was arrested a fourth time in November of 24, sentenced to time served. He assaulted a girlfriend, fled the scene, and then the Bexar County DA, after shooting Jimmy, only pursued aggravated assault charges and set his bond at $200,000. He's not in jail. He was granted house arrest. A father, a veteran, his brother said Jimmy always put himself before others. Well, why do the people entrusted with securing our communities and enforcing the law not put Jimmy before the illegal alien who shouldn't have been here, should have been removed, shouldn't have been let out 5 times to carry out and perpetrate this kind of crime? The American people are asking, what happened? What happened to our country? How can a refugee from Ukraine, you remember when our colleagues waved all the Ukrainian flags on the House floor? Where were they today? Were they waving the Ukrainian flag to honor that young girl who was brutally murdered by a criminal, released by a radical progressive, funded by radical progressives? They're nowhere to be found. MIA and the legacy media, also run by radical progressives, can't even bring it up, can't even put it on the television, don't dare to talk about it because it doesn't fit the narrative. The American people are sick of having their way of life that their forefathers fought and bled and died for, and that their brothers and sisters, moms and dads worked to build for them and to pass down to their kids. They're sick of having it ripped to shreds by people who don't give a rip about the rule of law or the Constitution or our way of life as God-fearing Americans who say that we put our trust in God right above the flag that those brave men and women wore into combat so that we could be here and live supposedly free. But we're unable to live free because we're not secure. And we're not secure because radical politicians and judges and NGOs are working furiously for political gain and political purposes to advance a radical Marxist ideology to undermine your security. It is a war on our way of life. It is a war on Western civilization itself. It is a war on the Constitution and the rule of law. Every day that goes by is another day in which the very things that built this country are under assault, including, I might add, and no doubt controversially, our belief in the Almighty God and His Son, punished for our transgressions on the cross, and our collective belief in Him as a nation that built this country. And this country, and too many of its citizens, that have turned its back on that truth. The fact is, the last point I'll make, those radical progressives with their remaking of America, with wide open borders. And open borders includes unfettered visas from all corners of the world, purposely driven for economic, political, and other purposes, but usually involving the buck and power. The people that are advancing Sharia law and advancing an Islamist political worldview directly and purposely in conflict with our Western values and our Constitution, it is a declaration of war on our way of life. In Houston just this weekend, an imam affiliated with the Nation of Islam was going around claiming to be patrolling Muslim-owned shops, telling them to stop selling alcohol, lottery tickets, because they violate Islamic law as communities in Texas are built up on large pieces of land, hundreds of acres, building up Muslim-only cities. This is purposeful. We had Nigel Farage and others testifying in the Judiciary Committee this past week. And I asked Mr. Farage if the advance of Islam and the importation of Sharia law is consistent with Western civilization, the Western civilization responsible for providing more peace and more prosperity and better living conditions and more freedom for more people than the world has ever seen. And his answer was, of course, no, it is not. And our friends across the pond can barely find themselves able to defend what little free speech remains on their island. When a comic comes to the United States, a comedian, and he makes a joke about transgenderism. I don't even know what the joke was. And he flies home to the UK and he's arrested for hate speech. Even as the parliament is advancing an Islamophobia bill. To which I say, who's going to win that war? Who's going to win that fight? We either believe and uphold the values of Western civilization or we don't. You can believe what you want. You can believe in God or not. You can go to church or not. But what you cannot do is advance a radical ideology deeply at odds, directly in conflict with, and purposely designed to undermine the very values that have built this nation and the advance of freedom around the world. Because at our core, our values are built on our faith. This nation is more likely to crumble under its own weight, its own errors, than it is by invasion. Unless we meet the moment, unless we stand up, unless we say, never again. Never again will we allow the power of government to be rained down upon the American people with mandates of masks and vaccines in the name of fear, in the name of health care. Never again will we allow open borders to trample our communities, endanger our citizens, filter dangerous narcotics into our communities. Never again will we allow the Chinese Communist Party to buy up our lands and to buy up our meatpacking facilities and to buy up our critical medical production companies. Never again will we allow our communities to get overrun with forced Marxist DEI and critical race theory ideology that undermines the very fabric of our communities. Never again will we allow the lawless, the dangerous criminal to be on our streets because a faraway judge or bureaucrat getting paid off by an NGO says so. Never again. Never again. This moment of reprieve, this moment of common sense in which President Trump is restoring a modicum of what we need to restore the rule of law and secure borders and enforcement of the law and removal of criminals, meeting resistance at every turn. Even this moment of reprieve in which the President Trump, is restoring common sense by eliminating DEI and CRT and all this stuff from our agencies and our Pentagon. Even this moment of reprieve is just that. A moment of reprieve from the march of the Marxist tyrannical ideology that is deeply at odds with our founding principles and who we are as a Judeo-Christian nation and as people who believe in something bigger and better for our kids and grandkids, rooted in the sacrifice of the millions who came before us. This reprieve must be met with the energy and the resolve of those who died before us. The men on the wall at the Alamo, the men who stormed the beaches at Normandy, the men on the fields at Lexington and Concord, the men and women who have answered the call to defeat terror, the men and women in blue who actually stand on that thin blue line even when they're abandoned. All of those who have answered the call deserve members of this body, members of the Senate, elected leaders across the country, to risk even an ounce of what those men and women are willing to risk. Risk the election certificate upon which you hold like a death grip, I say to my colleagues, to do something bigger and better. Take this moment of reprieve and say, never again. Never again will we endanger our citizens. Never again with open borders. Never again with criminals on our streets. Never again with drugs. Never again with tyrannical mandates, vaccines stuck in the arm. Never again with radical ideologies and transgender ideology, politically motivated, harming our young women, undermining their advancement. Never again. Never again do we yield to the corporatists who gobble up our small businesses and undermine our way of life. Never again will we yield to ideology in the name of political expediency, but rather stand up and defend this, the greatest country that the world has ever known, without which people will be relegated to a world without the American dream, backed by the security and safety of the people willing to lay all on the line to defend it. With that, I thank my friend from Louisiana, I thank the Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, Evelyn Cruz, District Director to the Honorable Nydia Velasquez, U.S. Representative for the 7th Congressional District of New York, have been served a third-party deposition subpoena in litigation before the Supreme Court of the State of New York. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Evelyn Cruz.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank the Speaker. The gentleman from Georgia, I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.